Esteemed guests, welcome to the inaugural CNBC Africa AI Summit. Kindly take your seats as the proceedings are due to start shortly. This event will be filmed for television. Do put your phones on silent mode, but don't switch off. Feel free to share your thoughts and opinions on social media. The hashtag is CNBC Africa AI Summit 2025. Please take note of this safety briefing. In the event of a fire or evacuation drill, please stay calm and listen to what the fire marshal has to say. Please leave the room in a fashionably and calm manner. Once at the assembly point, please stay at that point. Do not wander off for your own safety. Should there be any medical emergencies, please notify our manager on duty in your area. He will assist by calling first aiders immediately. For bathrooms, the MC will announce the location. For special meals, please inform your waiter if you have requested any special meal. For security purposes, please do not leave any valuables unattended. Pleasure to be with you here today at the very first CNBC Africa AI Summit here at the Inaugural Hotel in Fourways, Johannesburg. Our theme, Unlocking Africa's AI Potential, Innovation, Impact and Regulation, capturing why we are here today. AI is transforming industries worldwide, and Africa is part of that change. From finance to healthcare and education, it is reshaping economies. But as we embrace AI, we must also tackle challenges like regulation, data privacy, infrastructure, and ethics. We have an impressive lineup of speakers here today, all thought leaders in their fields. Together, we will explore how AI can drive Africa's growth and even transform broadcasting across our markets. A special thanks to our headline partners, Telkom and the University of Johannesburg, and supporting partners BCX, OpenServe, Visa, and our media partner, Forbes Africa, as well as MKK Marketing, Santon Distributors, and Insika Foundation. You can look forward to thought-provoking panels, dynamic discussions, and an opening keynote from His Excellency, Minister Soli Malatsi. Once again, welcome to the first ever CNBC Africa AI Summit. This is the inaugural CNBC Africa AI Summit 2025, live from the Indaba Hotel in Fourways, Johannesburg. Distinguished guests, welcome to the stage your MCs for the day. Alexander Leibner, Palesa Mufakeng, and Kiamo Musipele.
Come on, Fourways. I think you can do a little bit better than that. Let's give us a nice warm welcome. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, both in the room and also those people joining us online during the course of today, and be tuning in for the very first CNBC Africa AI Summit under the theme Unlocking Africa's AI Potential, Innovation, Impact and Regulation. We're delighted to have you all here, if it's online or in the room, both leaders from business, government, academia, and of course, beyond. As we take a deep dive into one of the most transformative technologies of our time, and I think what we'll see in our lifetime, which is artificial intelligence. I'm Alexander Leibner, and it's my privilege to be guiding you through today's dynamic program.
Absolutely, Alex. Today promises to deliver thought-provoking, powerful, and robust conversations about the use of artificial intelligence in the African continent. Whether you're looking for inclusion, regulation, or simply real-world case studies on this tool. This is the summit for you. My name is Gyamo Mosepele.
And I am Palesa Mufokeng. Let's start by acknowledging the key figures that are joining us here today. I'll start with His Excellency Soli Malatsi, who is the South Africa's Minister of Communication and Digital Technologies, who will, of course, deliver our keynote address this morning. Dignitaries from the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies present here today, Mr. Sid Wahi, who is the Vice Chairman of CNBC Africa and the ABN Group, Mrs. Roberta Naika, Managing Director of the ABN Group, Mr. Sam Bembe, who is the non-executive director of the ABN Group, and of course, the people that made this event all possible, our strategic partners, Telkom, the University of Johannesburg, OpenServe, BCX, and Visa. And of course, all of you, our highly esteemed guests, delegates, speakers, and change makers. But first, before we proceed with the events of the day, let me invite you to have a look at where AI truly began.
Artificial intelligence, an idea once confined to science fiction and speculative philosophy, is now deeply embedded in our daily lives. From Turing's early vision in the 1950s to today's generative breakthroughs, AI has evolved from dream to disruption.
Say something.
Oh, he just does stuff for me. Say something.
Something. That's a robot for you.
That's not all he can do.
Alan Turing asked, "Can machines think?" Today, we're asking, can they create, decide, even replace us? As Yuval Noah Harari wrote, "The danger is not that AI will rebel against us. The danger is that it will obey us, and we don't understand ourselves well enough." AI is now not just answering questions, but reshaping creativity, decision-making, and human labor. In just the last 2 to 3 years, AI has accelerated at an unprecedented pace. Tools like ChatGPT, Mid-Journey, and Claude have gone from experimental novelties to cultural phenomena, generating essays, code, music, even legal arguments. The future of AI should be shaped by humanity, not just technology. This is more than a story of machines. It's a story of power, ethics, innovation, and us.
Great, some great background there, giving us a bit of a sense of how far we've come to this point and how quickly we forget what that journey has been. Just by show of hands, how many people here use AI on a daily basis on whatever way, shape or form, to write a WhatsApp message or to reply to an email? Okay, I'd say it's a good amount of people in the room. So it just shows us how we've moved from theory to reality on this journey, and it just shows you how fast things are evolving, and probably by the end of today, things would have evolved just again. I see just the other day they launched Chat GPT 5, and just a few months ago we were on 4. So I think it's good for us to hear where South Africa sits in all of this cyberspace evolution, and here to show us where South Africa is going and how we are going to lead in this space. It's my pleasure to welcome on stage South Africa's Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, His Excellency Solly Malatsi, to address us.
His Excellency Solly Malatsi is South Africa's Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, a position that highlights his extensive leadership and strategic expertise. With a background as a seasoned communications specialist, he has served in various high-profile government roles, including as the parliamentary councillor to the leader of the official opposition and as national spokesperson for the Democratic Alliance. As a member of parliament, he has also contributed to portfolios such as sports and recreation and human settlements.
You can be rest assured, I didn't ask them to say those things. On a serious note, good morning to everyone, and I just want to start by thanking CBNC for hosting this event. I think we all acknowledge that we live in an era that is highly influenced and shaped by the advances that AI is having and shaping in our daily lives. And I was amazed that there were a few reluctant hands when the question came around who uses AI in their daily communication, whether professionally or personally. So I'd just like to start by acknowledging the presence of all the business leaders who are here today with us, everyone from academia and the policymakers and innovators across the continent who have joined this event. Today's gathering is illustrative of the continued importance of human engagement, even as our digital tools grow in leaps and bounds. Yet, despite the promise of technology, we are fundamentally driven by the human connection, an aspect that we should not forget when we talk about the impact of AI and its future. It is with this that I urge everyone who's here today to use the opportunity to build networks, to break silos, and to contribute to our national mission of building an inclusive digital economy. Around the world, artificial intelligence is no longer a distant promise. And as we saw through those videos that we are playing, it is reshaping economies, transforming industries, and most importantly, redefining how we live, how we learn, how we work, and even how we govern. For South Africa and the continent, the AI revolution represents more than a technological shift. It's truly a defining moment. AI has the potential to be a great equalizer that expands opportunity and strengthens our economies. Or it can entrench new fault lines and deepen both local and global divides. And so it is important that even as we engage on it, we are mindful of the risks that it poses so that we can deal with them better. So the choices we make now will determine which of these two paths we find ourselves traveling on. And so the theme for this summit is extremely relevant: unlocking Africa's AI potential, innovation, impact, and regulation. If we are truly serious about unleashing this potential in Africa, we must innovate boldly, deliver impact that people can feel, and regulate wisely. And this is more for government. AI's impact is already evident all around us, and in South Africa, it is already interwoven into the fabric of our society. The South African Revenue Services, for instance, uses AI-powered systems to detect fraudulent claims and block illicit refunds, thus protecting public resources. In healthcare, AI projects in rural KZN are scanning chest X-rays for TB with accuracy comparable to experienced radiologists, thus saving lives by enabling earlier treatment, even as we struggle with chronic shortages of medical professionals. AI is also reaching small businesses and communities. For instance, local startup Finance GPT uses advanced models to help business owners in places like Gqeberha to understand their finances and generate easy-to-read reports in Venek. These examples, though, are still outliers. The role of all of us here in this room is to ensure that these stories become the norm, not the exception as it currently is. So to unlock this promise, we must invest in sound foundational pillars which we can build upon. The first of these brings AI skills development to the fore. Every young person should leave school with digital literacy so that they have the tools necessary to empower themselves. Just as important, mid-career workers need opportunities to reskill and upskill so that the technological advances that take place can expand their horizons rather than narrowing them. And critically, to manage intelligence that is not human, we must deliberately strengthen what is human in us. Critical thinking, ethics, creativity, and empathy are just not luxury add-ons. They are the guardrails of our humanity. And so if we outsource too many decisions to devices, we risk losing the very human capabilities that make progress possible. That's why it's important that investment in humanities and social sciences, along investment in AI skills development, should take place jointly. And secondly, we need to invest in our digital infrastructure and data. Talents needs tools to succeed. We also need to ensure that access to computing power for researchers, startups, and public institutions with shared facilities and cloud partnerships. We must manage public data responsibly so that it can be used for innovation with strong privacy protection in place. When data is locked away in fragmented innovation stores, when data is made available, innovation compounds. And thirdly, we must support our SMMEs involved in AI research and innovation. They must be the beneficiaries of our drive to open access to skills, to data, and to shared computing. And through public-private partnerships, we must expand the seed capital and scale up financing for them. We need to pair up entrepreneurs with researchers and corporate mentors. We equally need to create AI testing environments so a solution proven on the outskirts of the economy can scale up across the country and right through the continent. And fourthly, the state has to lead by example. We must apply AI where we can improve service delivery and where we can enhance efficiency and eliminate wastage. Many of you will know that the South African government recently launched the Digital Transformation Roadmap, and part of that is launching a zero-rated MyMzansi government portal, a one-stop shop where you can download verified certificates, apply for studies or funding, be matched to jobs or business opportunities, and access healthcare services. Fifthly, a critical foundation for societal uptake of AI is public trust and truly entrenching that trust. And this can only be earned through transparency. People must know that when AI is used, must know when AI is used, what data set it has been encapsulated, and why it has reached a certain conclusion, so that we understand all these influences and have a full grasp of the information that we interact with and consume. As both government and the private sector, we must provide simple explanations for the decisions made and keep audit trails that independent experts can review. We must build South African AI for South Africa that is trained using local data sets, expertise, and influenced by the diversity of our cultures and languages. In that way, we'll be able to foster inclusion rather than exclusion. It is the only way that AI will solve the issues we face in health, in education, in agriculture, and in service delivery. And while AI has the potential to unlock massive economic opportunities on the continent, we must never lose sight of its inherent risk. And I hope that through the discussions that we'll be having today, you will be able to reflect honestly about how we can maximize the opportunities that it offers and also eliminate the risks that it poses so that we can fully appreciate the value of AI in our daily life and in how we do our work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Malatsi, for that in-depth future into South Africa's digital future. Now, staying on our digital future, I am pleased to announce our next speaker. She will be joining us, Dr. Maki Jantjies. But before we get into that, let's take a look at what the telecoms giant Telkom has to say in this video.
Keynote, Africa's moment, AI, infrastructure, and the promise of inclusion. Dr. Maki Jantjies is the Group Executive, Innovation and Transformation at Telkom South Africa. A computer scientist, highly passionate about the intersection between technology and improving society. She strives to ensure the representation of the African perspective and contribution in emerging global technology innovations. Dr. Jantjies drives Telkom Group's digital innovation, research and development strategy and has led key initiatives in emerging technologies such as AI, big data and extended reality to support Telkom's digital evolution.
Across Africa, the future is being written in code, in data, in dreams. At Telkom, we believe AI isn't just a buzzword. It's a better way to work, to serve, to grow. We're using AI to transform how we operate, from the contact center to the core network. Every month, over 90,000 calls are analyzed for BCX customers using Bafo, an internal AI-powered contact center solution. Gonda, focus what customers need next. Eva resolves tickets instantly, saving thousands of hours and boosting satisfaction across the board. With Polypel, even our field workers access HR policies anytime, anywhere. And through our investment in local large language models, we're ensuring Africa's languages have a voice in the AI age. But AI needs a backbone. That's why Telkom is investing in the infrastructure that makes intelligence possible: high-speed fiber, cloud platforms, resilient data centers. This is our commitment to use AI not just to do things differently, but to do different things for our people, our country, our continent.
The Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Technology, Mr. Solly Malachi, the Vice Chair of CNBC Africa, partners of the summit, Telkom executives and colleagues present here today, ladies and gentlemen in the room and streaming online, good morning. You probably would have received an email that you should bring in a calculator. We're going to start with linear regression and then go on to fuzzy logic. You can share the calculator with the person sitting next to you. All of a sudden, you're asking yourself if you're at the right summit. Dumelang, Sanbonani, Molweni, Absheni, Karibu, Mangwanani, Huyamora, and I can continue. Tobela. It was very important for me to start acknowledging the vastness of Africa, because it forms the premise of the importance of representation of the African continent and how we own artificial intelligence. Telkom is excited to be part of the inaugural CNBC Africa AI Summit, a landmark event which brings together Africa's brightest mind, from academia to business to government to policymakers to innovators. The summit is a platform to showcase how artificial intelligence can unlock inclusive growth, transform industries, and shape the continent's digital future. For Telkom, this was an opportunity for us to share on our journey with South Africa as the digital backbone of South Africa, demonstrating the real impact of our AI innovations and collaborating with partners committed to building an intelligent and connected Africa. The earliest versions of artificial intelligence were largely in the 1950s and 60s, and I think the intro video did very good justice to it. There was not much intelligence at that time because it was largely about replicating human reasoning in machines. In fact, one of the earliest chatbots was named Eliza. Eliza in the 1960s didn't necessarily understand language and meaning, but just rearranged words in pre-written conversations. Back then, AI was largely very much theoretical, and it was a rule-based concept very much limited by the technology of its time. Today, things could not be more different. Thanks to the technology capacity, such as cloud computing, powerful GPUs, and vast data sets, we now have models with billions of parameters. AI has pivoted thanks to the collaborative power of research labs, of public and private sector investments into hardware and technical capability required to power up the field. We've moved from machines following instructions to systems that can learn, adapt, and interact with us with natural language. But as powerful as these systems are, they're only as inclusive as the data and the values we bring to them. And here lies one of our greatest challenges. Less than 1% of the world's digital data is generated in Africa. Only 0.5% of AI research data used to train large language models come from our continent. Our languages, Setswana, Sesotho, Sepedi, isiXhosa, Afrikaans, Swahili, and many more are barely represented on global AI systems. We also hold the most genetically diverse population in the world, yet we contribute less than 2% of global genomic data. This means that AI-powered healthcare tools are honestly not optimized for African patients. The result? AI that struggles to understand our people, our needs, our realities, impacting services and the experiences. This is not just a technical gap, it's a new form of digital exclusion. As with the promises that came with the dawn of the internet, we therefore need to shape AI systems that reflect our cultures, our economic priorities, not only as a country, but as a continent. How can we then continue to elevate the national and continental role of AI, and I think the Minister has given us a great foundation of how government is leading within this area. As AI is not just about automation in our organizations, it is also about leapfrogging developmental hurdles for our continent. Artificial intelligence can help us deliver digital public services in rural areas, bring specialist healthcare to remote clinics, revolutionize agriculture, and empower small businesses to compete globally. The economic case for AI is undeniable. The African Telecommunication Union cites that a projection of AI adoption in Africa could potentially add 2.9 trillion to our economy by 2030. Remember that by 2050, one in four of the representation of people in the world will be African, owing to our very young population. This means we need to heavily invest in not only our future, but the globe's future. At Telkom, we continue to strategically invest in AI, not just for our organization, but also for the advancement of our continent. Through BCX, we've deployed AI tools that handle hundreds and thousands of customer service interactions. We continue to invest in multilingual chatbots, including research in this area, with a focus specifically on African languages, in order to transform our customer engagement. Internally, we have deployed platforms that support areas such as human resources to ensure an added layer of support to our staff beyond working hours. We've further invested in AI-powered platforms to help us keep a pulse on the voice of our customers and ensure that we respond in real time. We have invested 46 million just in the previous financial year, dedicated to research and development in the field of innovation as well as artificial intelligence. We recognize that we can't do this alone. We partner with 16 South African universities through our Telkom Research Centers of Excellence. We also partner with organizations such as the National Research Foundation. We understand the role of connectivity as the backbone that powers this technology. I'm sure we've all seen the various memes that have tried to place Wi-Fi and connectivity in the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Through OpenServe, we have over 180,000 kilometers of fiber, expanding fiber access to connect businesses, schools, clinics, and homes, because without affordable, reliable broadband, the promise of AI remains out of reach for so many. With all of these investments, we all need to recognize that no single player can do it alone. We need public-private partnerships. We need cross-border collaborations. We need aggressive investments and investment coalitions. Here's a clarion call. As a country, as a united continent, we need to continue to build local data infrastructure, investing in data centers, cloud platforms, edge computing facilities to store and process data in our continent. We also have a key role to play in ensuring that we protect, we govern African data, implementing strong data sovereignty, privacy, and ethical AI laws to keep control and value in Africa. We need to digitize African knowledge by creating platforms to collect African languages, health records, agricultural and cultural archives, leveraging technologies such as IoT, mobile, and AI tools. We have to continue to invest and grow skills and capacity. I'll double click on this. Skills and capacity, because Africa is the future. Not as a slogan, but statistically we are the future. We have to ensure that we have capacity of data scientists, AI engineers, and community data stewards while promoting public awareness of data rights and values. In conclusion, Africa's story has never really been about catching up. It's always been about leapfrogging. We did it in telecommunications. We did it in fintech. We can do it again with AI. But this time, we must build systems for Africans, by Africans, rooted in our values, languages, and realities. We appreciate the journey is complex, but the destination a connected, inclusive, innovative Africa. Let's ensure that when the history of AI is written, Africa's chapter will not be a footnote, but will instead be a headline. Thank you very much.
Dr. Yankees, thank you very much. And I think I heard a collective hallelujah in the background from the Gen Zs in the room when she said Wi-Fi needs to be part of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I think it's right up there with food, water, and shelter. So let the Wi-Fi not leave us today. I think on that note, it being Women's Month in South Africa, I think it's only fitting to just also acknowledge the number of female experts that we have speaking today at this event, and I think very fitting. So I think let's give them all a big round of applause as well as we celebrate this day. Just some quick housekeeping. If you're looking for the agenda, if you thought the agenda is hidden, it's not. It's on the back of your notebook. There's some notebooks. There's a QR code. You can scan that, and if you want to keep track of the agenda or you want to find out some more details, you can do that. And then also there is a table talker on your table, and you can scan that code as well. And if you participate, you might walk away with a prize today. So please make sure that you do that during the course of today. You scan those codes, and you can access the agenda and also a competition. Right, we're going to dive into our first panel discussion for today, one that is going to look at AI in the workplace, productivity, automation, and the future of work. And as I asked earlier on, who uses AI in the room? A lot of people said, yes, I use it, and I'm suspecting a lot of you use it for work. It'd be quite interesting to see how many of those AI tools are actually officially company tools, and how many of those you're sort of running Scalempy on your iPad or on your iPhone on the side, but we're not going to get into that right now. But it is fitting to hand over to somebody right now who has already explored the future in a very real way and in a very personal way. You may know Fifi Peters from CNBC Africa. She's an award-winning financial journalist, but she recently took a very bold step to be part of a campaign that was pioneered by a bank. And she's probably one of the few humans who had the opportunity to interview herself, but not in that sort of you should consult a psychiatrist or a medical doctor kind of way. She did this with technology. She did a brand collaboration, and she was converted into an AI-powered digital twin of herself. Some people might think that's quite scary if they had to put themselves into a twin, but just bear with me. She was trained with her voice, her tone, her thinking style, even her emotional intelligence. Some of you might have seen the results of that on television or on a screen near you. If you haven't, do yourself a favor, go onto one of these channels and go see this particular commercial. But she went head-to-head in an interview with herself. So AI Fifi and real Fifi challenged each other on everything from data to dreams and so much more. As the developers put it, and I'm just going to quote them here, they built the Fifi clone, and it was like mixing code with jazz, part precision, part improvisation, and a whole lot of heart. So, we're not quite sure if the AI clone made her laugh or run, but I'm sure that today we have the original with us, 100% live, unless, of course, she's being streamed from a server in Sandton. But I'd like to quote the 2000 philosopher Eminem, if I could ask that the real Fifi Peters please stand up. Please welcome her on stage with a warm round of applause.
I thought I'd be welcomed on stage with the actual song. I mean, I was ready to be the real Fifi, the only real Fifi. And what? Yes, I don't know my Eminem lyrics quite well, but I could have danced to it. But thanks so much for the introduction, Alex.
Great to have you here.
Fantastic.
Awesome, Fifi. Over
Fantastic.
to you.
Yeah. So it was actually quite a fun exercise, I must say, working with Absa Bank on that project. And what many of you, or perhaps maybe just to put simply what you did say, Alex, essentially I've got my own GPT. Like you use chats, I've got a GPT that has been tailored around me, around my world of work, around my career, around my likes. The Telkom exec was talking about how it is not, a lot of the data out there is not programmed around our own language. VVAI actually also knows a little bit of Sesotho and Setswana. A fantastic project. And Minister, you were making a reflection around trust being one of the important hallmarks in our way forward in truly harnessing the AI space. And I can say that I've got a lot to say about trust because it was a first for all of us who were involved in that project. And a whole lot of paperwork had to be done to ensure that the data would be used responsibly and to ensure that all ethical boxes were ticked. If anyone else wants to embark on a project on getting their own AI clone, you want consultation around the paperwork and the trust element, talk to me. I do come at a fee though. But to pick up on the point that Alex did make, we are here to shift the focus in this discussion, not only on trust, but also on productivity, although I imagine that the trust element will come through a bit. AI is a buzzword right now, and in fact, you made the comment to say that most of us in the room were using AI when you asked about it. I was looking at the hands from the back, and it didn't seem like a lot of us were, and it's the point that the minister also made as well. By show of hands, how many of you, as you made reference, have actually used ChatGPT 5? Okay, I'm not a mathematician, but I can say it looks like around 10% of the room, which is worrying, because a lot of the AI experts and the technology experts that we speak to on a daily basis at CNBC Africa often tell us that AI will not replace you, it will replace the people who do not use AI. So you guys get to getting familiar with ChatGPT 5 if there's another LLM model, of course, that you do use instead, or if you guys are on the advent of creating one, get familiar. So it's not only a buzzword, it is part of our everyday lives now for most of us, not many of us, and we'll get to points around inclusion, I'm sure, throughout the day. So we use it in our offices, as you say. Some people use it to stand in for them for certain meetings, and I know that a number of you use it for hiring as well. So it's making us work faster, it's making us work smarter, but it's also making us ask ourselves tough questions, especially regarding the ethics. I mean, how do we advance and fully harness the power of AI, ensuring that we don't lose touch and sight of human dignity? As decision makers and business owners, how are you redeploying talent within your organizations as roles evolve? And it was touched on as well. How do we ensure that as we're embracing this AI, we do it in a manner that we adapt, but also in a manner that builds AI cultures and AI-ready cultures? And what is an AI-ready culture? So, as my director, Sean, is hiring me on to do so, let us just see, really briefly, some of the individuals who will be unpacking some of these questions for us and more.
AI in the workplace, productivity, automation, and the future of work. The panelists are Desin Ramsamy, Group Chief Technology and Data Officer at Old Mutual; Arthur Goldstuck, Leading ICT Analyst and Founder of Worldwide Works; Dr. Bongani Andy Mabaso, Chief Technology Officer at Altron Group; Ruben Lehman, Chief Information Officer at OpenServe; Dr. Rivana Balmahun, Research Group Leader, Artificial Intelligence and Extended Reality, Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. The moderator is Fifi Peters, Senior Anchor at CNBC Africa.
So welcome. I think that
The role of AI in our lives and in the workplace has become undeniable. It's reshaping industries across the globe, automating routine tasks, speeding up decision-making, and helping people work smarter, not harder. Tools like ChatGPT and AI scheduling assistants have become everyday teammates summarizing reports, analyzing complex data, and taking on repetitive admin so humans can focus on what we do best. When AI first entered the scene, many feared it would take jobs. But increasingly, we're seeing it for what it is, a tool. AI brings speed and scale. People bring creativity, judgment, and emotional intelligence. Together, they are creating a new kind of workflow, faster, smarter, and more adaptive. For companies, success won't just come from adopting the latest tools. It will depend on building a culture that's agile, ethical, and open to learning. Because the future of work is not about replacing people with AI. It's about unlocking what's possible when we work together.
Okay, so now we can officially begin. And perhaps maybe we begin on a personal note with all of you. Welcome, by the way. Welcome.
Thank you.
Desin introduced first. I thought you were going to sit next to me, but nonetheless, it's fine. I'm sure you're quite comfortable there. So you representing Old Mutual, a known brand by most people in this room. You, as a company, provide us with a whole lot of retirement products and investment products. So you provide us with a whole lot of insurance products as well. And you're opening a bank. You've opened your bank. Is your bank? Yeah, you're opening. So quite well known. But when it does come to AI, if we just start personally, and I want to ask you personally, what is the one AI tool or feature you personally find quite useful in your day-to-day work?
Oh, like without doubt, it's Claude. So yeah, it's an Anthropic's tool. I find it very useful for summarizing. I mean, you always got to check that it's doing a good enough job. But yeah, I like Claude and Perplexity, a close second, but yeah, that's my tool.
That's for you. Oh, okay. And I like that you said you find it useful for summarizing, but you have to check that it's doing the right job. Yeah. And I think that the introductory video was talking about how, yes, it's making us work faster, but I believe it's also making us work harder in ensuring that there are no mistakes that creep in the system.
Absolutely.
Arthur, I'm going to come to you as well. I mean, I think that most people absolutely know who you are in terms of your presence in the technology and innovation space. You write avidly about this. I think that perhaps, I even guess, you have been in the room with the likes of your Sam Altmans and even the Jensen Wangs, just given the fact that you're a globetrotter as well. But when you reflect on what you're seeing elsewhere, and when you look at South Africa's AI adoption journey, if you could, in one word, describe what South Africa looks like right now, what would that be and why?
One word I would guess would be experimentation, but also, I think anticipation of what is possible. And you mentioned all those people in the room. I had the great fortune recently of meeting Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google.
Sure.
And I asked him specifically, growing up in India, which is also a country that faces massive structural limitations, what, as he learns from the advent of AI, that could transform both his homeland and a country like South Africa. And he said that it's a little like what the internet did for both countries. It allowed them to leapfrog tremendously. It's not about using technology that was developed elsewhere and therefore there's a kind of cargo culture. We've got to forget about that limitation on ourselves, but rather look at the exciting possibilities that it allows for leapfrogging what comes before. So maybe that's the word, actually, leapfrogging.
So it's 3 words. It's leapfrogging.
Three words, but the ultimate one, I think that sums everything up, is leapfrogging.
Okay, perfect. Bongani, as well, with the Altron Group, I mean, when I think Altron, I automatically think Netstar. You guys help me track my car, perhaps many other people in the room as well, but do a whole lot of stuff when it does come to logistical and fleet management. I know that you're in other areas as well, from the likes of healthcare to financial services. But when Alex asked about who is using AI in the room, did your hand go up, sir,
yes,
as a technology provider? So in terms of your use of AI on a daily basis, What would you say is one of the most surprising things that you have learned about it since you started using it?
I don't know that I'm surprised by anything in particular. I've been in AI research since 2017, so I've been with the technology for a while. But I suppose maybe the interaction that people have with AI, that is always surprising to me. Sometimes people treat it as a friend. Some people treat it as a colleague. It's just interesting how we personify the technology. So that's always surprising to me to see how individual people relate to the technology.
I think I'd agree there. Some treat it as a therapist. Apparently you can use AI for relationship advice. I do know that some are also looking for it as a doctor for medical advice, but perhaps that's not as, untoward as the other features. Ruben, as for yourself, as OpenServe, we heard from Telkom, by the way, thanks for being a sponsor here. And as for OpenServe, you're essentially so responsible for putting in all the fiber across the country that is responsible for keeping us connected as individuals in terms of our ability to access Wi-Fi and internet and all that with speed. You do that for businesses as well. But when we do talk about AI in your world, and if from your use of it, if there was one thing that AI could remove from your daily tasks, such that it's not something you have to do anymore, from an individual point of view, what would that be?
Yes, good morning, Fifi, and your listeners, viewers. From my end, I think it's probably the minutes of meetings where I'm chairing the meeting.
Sure.
Right. And I find it very useful, pretty accurate, and it's immediately available. So I distribute immediately after meeting, and it brings that level of efficiency and visibility. So in the past we had to wait for whoever took the minutes, review it, circulate it, but it's available instantaneously, and I've made that part of my daily routine.
All right, and I'm wondering if Desin was on your email list in terms of receiving those minutes, whether he would put it in his model to summarize those minutes, because some meetings can be lengthy, particularly at executive level. Rivana, last but not least, I'm an absolute fan of the work of the CSIR and what you do. At the heart of policy comes research, and there's a whole lot of really smart minds that we do have in South Africa who are collecting all the data and putting together all the information that does inform quite a lot of our policies that we have as a country. And that's why often you'll hear people, when they talk about South Africa, they'll say that we do have some of the best policies. The problem is not the policy, the problem is in the implementation, but that is a conversation for another day. But when we do look at AI in your sphere, in your ecosystem, ma'am, what is the one thing that you're seeing about it right now, that you are seeing a potential for it to perhaps change quite a lot of things in the South African ecosystem, or help us leapfrog in a few areas in the South African ecosystem?
Thanks, Fifi, and good morning, everyone. Prior to joining CSIR, I was in the telecom sector, so seeing the headline sponsor this morning and some familiar faces in the audience, I feel like I've come back home. So really great to be with you all this morning. And Fifi, to answer your question, I think so part of what we do at CSIR, we build new technologies,
sure.
And my specific research group uses AI and extended reality as building blocks in order to create these new technologies so that we can address national challenges. And the way in which we're doing this is that we're able to create these technologies in a way that mitigates the risk of technology imports, the lock-in from global tech providers and so forth. I think the one thing about the technology right now is the fact that it is positioned where it's at a tipping point, especially if we speak about generative AI, where it is good enough right now for widespread business use. And we need to be responsible about how we implement the technology. There's a lot of aspects around the reliability of the technology, the capabilities, what it can and can't do. And I think that we need to take those into account. So that would be the one thing I think that will enable us to actually leapfrog. It's about how we actually contain the technology in a way that actually fosters innovation.
Okay, and we'll actually touch on responsible use of AI and what that looks like on a practical point of view, from a practical point of view in just a short while. But Desin, coming back to you, so again, so we've spoken at a micro level about what this technology, what these technologies and tools are doing. Perhaps talk to us more broadly at an organizational level and an industry level. Where is AI changing the game at Old Mutual? What are you guys using it for the most as a group?
Yeah, so I think it's fair to say lots of us are, looking to scale experiments that we've been conducting over the last 2 to 3 years. Not in this game, like 5 years is a really long time, and 5 really long years ago, like commentators like Satya Nadella, they were saying that AI is the new runtime of organizations. Now, people are saying, everything will resolve to a prompt. And I think it's just representative of where we thought AI was going to make an impact, like deeper down in technology stacks and things like that, to it becoming, through natural language processing, the interface for us, our clients and advisors and things like that. So to appreciate that, and to appreciate that lots of what we do is still experimental. We're a 180-year-old company. There's no playbook to use AI to transform a 180-year-old company. So experimentation, scaled experimentation, responsible experimentation is kind of where we are at. We look at it transforming 5 key spheres: AI for technologists, AI for our clients, AI for our frontline staff, for our advisors, and general workforce productivity. And we've got tooling and solutions in each of those 5 domains to improve productivity. But again, to be cautious about this is one playbook, but to be hopeful and kind of courageous is another. Because kind of waiting for this proven recipe for AI to be transformative for an organization, I don't think that that's the way to go. There's this Wharton professor, Ethan Malik, and he talks about the jagged edge of AI, where very few months ago, one of the most popular LLMs, if you said today was 14th August 2025, it couldn't reliably tell you that tomorrow is the 15th, and it couldn't tell you that next year was 2026. So while it's winning like math Olympiads and things like that, it's stupidly fast in learning, but it's sometimes quite stupid too. So like the way we're doing this is kind of a scaled and progressive way. The adoption can't be everything everywhere all at once.
Sure. Good point. And now I want to double click on the statement on general productivity, because Arthur, I know you've done a bit of work in this space. We follow a lot of these tech companies, the Googles, the Microsofts, the Nvidias, the Metas, the Amazons, and we see how much they continue to spend in the AI space, and there's an expectation that the productivity is just something that follows naturally, and it's mass productivity. But there are question marks as to what kind of productivity is being realized right now and how we're measuring it. I know you've done a bit of research, and perhaps you can just give us what the numbers are saying by way of that relationship in South Africa.
It's a great question, and the answer is, in a way, scary. We just conducted our second annual South African Generative AI Landscape Study with Dell and Intel. And among other things, we asked companies how many of them have a clear strategy for the use of AI. In other words, a formal strategy, not just using it on an ad hoc basis. And that number was only 14%. So just over 1 in 10. The other key number was how many are actually using it in their business. That was 67%, compared to a year ago, about 45%. So massive growth in actual use. But when we asked them what benefits they're getting from it, number one was productivity. Those who are using it, more than 80% said that it was enhancing productivity in the company. So there's actually a number to it which proves that that is true. But if I can just go back 10 years, before we were all talking about AI, when companies like Amazon Web Services and Google were almost inventing the modern AI landscape, back then already those companies were using AI tools for internal productivity. But the most powerful form of productivity for which they were using it was decision-making around product rollout. So the cycle of rolling out a product, then testing that product, and then iterating a new version of it based on the testing of the product in the market, typically in the physical world had been between 12 and 18 months. They brought that down, potentially down to 3 minutes. That was the soft, and Netflix even are able to roll out a new feature and get instant feedback from millions of users who don't even know they're giving that feedback, and then to make an instant decision minutes later on whether we should further iterate it, can it, or come up with something different. So that decision-making in productivity is probably the most powerful form of productivity of all.
Sure. And I imagine that the decision-making process has even gotten faster right now with some of the new tools. But maybe an opportunity for us to fully define what we are talking about by way of these AI tools, because we talk about it very generally. You know, like some people in some parts of the world talk about Africa as one country. So let's dig into what we mean by AI right now. Rwanda mentioned generative AI, but I know that, you know, agentic AI is also buzzing right now. So Bongani, in terms of what is happening within the Altron Group, maybe you can just talk to us about the tools you're finding more productive, or you are expecting to enhance productivity levels, perhaps even further than is the case right now.
Yeah, thank you, Fifi. You know, for some reason, the term AI was not sufficient, and we had to come up with new ones. So now we call it, you know, artificial general intelligence, Gen AI. There's even a new one now, artificial superintelligence. But I think people must be very. It's you know, again, it depends on who you ask, right, and how they define it. But supposedly, it's when, you know, AI supersedes human intelligence. That's when you get to artificial superintelligence. But I think it's always good to go back to first principles around what it is that we're talking about. You know, and I think when you know, Dr. Yankees was talking earlier, you know, she sort of gave a definition, a roadmap of where AI sort of came from the 1960s with Eliezer, etc., to where it is right now. It's fundamentally doing the same thing. The way that we define it at Altron is the following, that if you think about all enterprise applications, they're all just working on enterprise data. So when you generate an invoice, you are using some data to say, this person owes me this amount of money and they need to pay me, or I need to pay that person X amount of money. Those rules that you write were written by programmers manually to be able to generate those, you know, those invoices. Now with AI, what we're doing is we are automating the generation of those rules so that we can manipulate data to be able to do certain things. So that is fundamentally what's happening. The organization and what it does hasn't necessarily changed, right? As an organization, you're still serving a customer. You still have to get paid for what it is that you do. And so I think sometimes when we get to these things, we kind of lose our heads. And we start to think that it's something fundamental that has changed about the nature of organizations. But in fact, it's not, right? We see it as a tool to unleash human creativity and flourishing. That's how we define it. You can define it the other way around, which is it can replace people, it will replace jobs, etc. That's your view set, and you can take that. But I don't think that's a very productive way of thinking about it. I think all technology, well, it's not reality either, but also all technology throughout the ages when it's come, we've always thought, oh, people are going to, you know, be less relevant, they're not going to do 1, 2, 3. But there will be jobs in the future that right now we can't all think about because of the advent of the technology.
Sure.
So technology has always been a tool to unleash human creativity and flourishing.
Sure.
And that's kind of the way that we view it. So we view it as a tool to unleash that.
And very important aspect of the discussion, of course, being what it does mean for jobs and future jobs and jobs that we might not need. Ruben, before we go down the realm of AI and the future of work and the impact of jobs, would you care to offer any comment or any insight on what AI is doing by way of productivity within your organization?
Yes, Fifi. Within the telco space, and perhaps I should just emphasize that I'm within OpenServe as part of the Telkom group. We're the fiber, what commonly known as the fiber provider or a fixed line service provider. And we've got a vast landscape of infrastructure, around 180,000 kilometers of fiber. Also a big workforce or field force that supports it. And in our world, you know, the cost levers that we've got has got a lot to do with minimizing unnecessary field trips. So what we have done is we have leveraged machine learning to do predictive analytics with our own data, our internal data in our business, our fault history, as well as external data like weather patterns, because weather patterns has got a lot to do with connectivity and the uptime of connectivity. And we've managed to pull together a model where we've put it into production, and we've been quite accurate in the high 90% in terms of predicting where the hotspots will be within a 7-day period in advance, and also matching whatever that outage would be with the right skills, because that's the next challenge that you have. You have a variety of technology and in the network, because, you know, of the age of the network, multiple customers use different technologies, and you got to match the skill, the technician with the right skill. So we've seen a tremendous success there, but in general, in the telco space, you know, it's been coming for a while. A lot of this, you know, as Andy mentioned, it's the notion we've seen it before. It's just dressed up a bit differently, but machine language as a back office function to do predictive analytics, and then AI ops to optimize the operations on the back end. That is where we see quite an opportunity. Although on the AI ops, we have not really, you know, also sort of in the experimentation phase, because big dependency on the amount of data that you've got within your organization to be able to derive value from these kind of projects.
Okay, no, great insight there into the tool specifically that you are finding quite useful within the organization. Maybe let's pick up on the point that you did make then on responsible AI. What do you mean by that? What does that look like?
Responsible AI, when we speak about the workforce context,
yep.
I really like the point about using AI not necessarily to cut your workforce, but to actually turn your attention towards your workforce, basically expand your outputs. Yeah. And I think I'm of the view that that's the approach that we should take. When it comes to us doing that, and when we turn our attention to our workforce, there's some practical methods that we can take. One is around exposing our workforce to tech expertise, so that first principles become something that they are aware of, so that they can speak the tech language more comfortably and understand how the tech operates. Another aspect is around on-the-job training. So what we're finding more and more of now is that trainees in the workplace actually don't have the opportunity that they had before AI was a thing, to actually do on-the-job training. And that creates this gap for them. Technicians need to know how to physically change cables. We have individuals or technicians that would need to understand how to change valves, and they need to do that through on-the-job training. Now, what we're finding is that when you augment technology with the human workforce, that's when we can actually create some value from this. Virtual reality, for example, is a tool that you can use, or a technology that you can use for safe training, and you can foster on-the-job training in that way. We've already created solutions where we're able to train in hazardous environments, and we're expanding that to other spaces right now. But using virtual reality and actually having that powered by AI is how we're going to be able to tighten the learning loop. So that's, if you think about it from a workforce perspective, and actually putting the workforce first. Also touching on the responsible aspect, I think when we speak about responsible AI, we speak about it in the realm of safety. What we forgot to mention during my intro is that the other cap that I'm wearing today is that of an investor, because I am an LP at a venture fund that invests in tech businesses, in female-focused businesses. And so return on investment is something that's actually quite close to my heart. And when we think about this, or when I think about it in the way that safety is actually something that influences our return on investment. Because when we have higher levels of safety, we actually have higher levels of adoption. And when we have higher levels of adoption, then we're able to increase our return on investment. Okay. And this whole realm around safety actually speaks through the reliability of our technology. It's about how transparent our technology actually is, and about us being able to look into the bias within our technology and so forth. I'll say something very quickly about bias, because I'm sure it's going to come up, and also just to demystify this and just to add a tech perspective into this. The reason that bias in our algorithms or in our models is a problem or a challenge is for two main reasons. The one is because there are many accidental paths that can lead to bias. So we can set out with really good intentions to produce this inclusive model, but say we just leave out one element of inclusivity, then we risk having bias in our model. So there's accidental paths that can lead to bias. And the second is that it cannot be remedied through a technical fix. We can't unbias the bias in a model. The way in which we go about doing this is that we first identify the bias in a model, and thereafter we find ways to mitigate it. So we've already created a model that can identify bias in lending practices, and now we're going about employing some sort of flexibility so that we can employ that into other domains. But what's going to become quite critical when we tackle this realm of trustworthy AI or responsible AI is actually the interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary work around this space.
Yeah.
So I think that's quite critical.
Yeah, and also I think I would add to that, owning our own data. I mean, we heard in the beginning that less than 1% of the world's digital data is generated in AI, which is generated in Africa, which feeds to some of the biases that you're talking about. And also what was really interesting, shared by Dr. Yankees, that less than 2% of global genomic data also comes from the African continent, which speaks to that. So we need to level up the data sourcing in order to, I think, address some of the biases. And we can talk about this in further detail if any of you do care to comment. But I do want to talk about the aspect of the skills training and the redeployment and work. Because I was I had my niece over for lunch at the weekend, and she's very, very good in accounting, very, very good. But she's also very, very good in dancing. And she goes all over the world, and her and the team, they win dance competitions. It's an African thing, you know what I'm saying? But I told her, and I said, what do you want to be? She's like, no, I think I want to study accounting. And I got scared for her, because when I read about what jobs are going to be relevant in the future, accounting is one of those jobs that are constantly cited in reports in terms of declining usage, because now this LLM can do the numbers a lot quicker than you. Then she said, no, but I'll be the one who checks and makes sure that the numbers are okay. I said, yes, you can be that person, but there's not going to be a lot of those people that are needed within organizations. So it's jobs in accounting, it's jobs in banking, we're hearing clerks, we're hearing in certain aspects of retail. There are jobs that are going to be on the decline. And so, Arthur, maybe some insights there for you, because, I mean, Bongani and Ravana have been quite optimistic in how we should be looking at the changing labor landscape, but can we believe in that optimism, or do we need to be real about the jobs impact here?
Yes and no, but I'll give you a very direct experience in assessing that exact question. So I'm not advertising, but the second edition of my Hitchhiker's Guide to AI came out this month. And when I wrote the first edition, I went to great pains to stress that AI isn't here to take over jobs. I gave many examples of where it's in fact created new jobs. And there are quite a few in motor manufacturing where AI is a big coming story. It's actually at the Ford factory in Silverton, it's actually enhanced productivity to the extent that they quadrupled employment on their production lines. So that's just one example. But when I wrote this second edition, now in the last few months, I realized that a lot of the jobs that I felt were safe, in fact, were no longer safe. You can't tell a graphic designer who can't find work that AI is here to enhance their work because they don't have work. And there are a lot of examples of that going around. In the PR industry, where the average quality of what they produce is fairly poor, AI enhances it dramatically, and sooner or later, a lot of the agencies will discover that they can actually just do AI to do the whole job for them. It doesn't do it well, though, because AI content, by definition, averages out the content that it finds. So what it produces is very average content. So it results in very poor PR being put out there, but in the medium term, in the PR industry, you're going to see decimation of jobs. Middle management as well. People who oversee other people are going to be replaced by AI agents. In data analytics, you're going to see a far reduced role, or at least a need for additional people. And that's an interesting one because supposedly that's one of the safe professions. But in our business, my data analyst, when we do a research project and I hand over the data set in a spreadsheet to him, in the past he would spend a week producing graphs and analyzing the graphs, or 2 weeks, and then there would be a lot less time to come up with the strategic insights from that analysis. Now, with the paid version of ChatGPT, that same process of analyzing the graphs and producing basic analysis takes half a morning. In the next few months, it'll take half an hour. But what that then means is that he's able to spend the rest of that week, and that's what I insist on, is that he spends at least the rest of that week going through that analysis and coming up with the gems of insight that comes out of the data that in the past we wouldn't actually have had time to come up with because we were just trying to get the job done.
Sure.
Now we can get the job done at a level that's so much higher than what we ever did before. It's really enhanced our work. So he's not going to be out of a job, but that's because of the approach we take to our work. You'll find in the general market research world and data analytics world that there'll be a far lesser need because they can do the same average work much more quickly and they don't have a passion for excellence. For example, if they don't have that passion for excellence. However, where there is a passion for excellence in any environment, you'll find that AI will enhance the roles of any person in that environment.
Absolutely, and I think I'd also add author, because nowadays everyone is writing a book using AI, and so it raises question marks around, the future of authors. Although those of us who are readers will know that there's a difference between a book that is written by an LLM and a book that is written by artists. Yours written by yours.
Yeah, if I can just say that AI writing has fingerprints, and if you're an experienced writer and an experienced user of AI, you can see those fingerprints. I can listen to a speech, and I won't name names, but I can listen to a speech and I can say that was written by AI.
I concur. Bongani, you're smiling, and I'm wondering why.
Is my smile that powerful?
Yeah.
Look, to be slightly contrarian, I think we overestimate the power of the technology, and we underestimate market economics. If every skill is commoditized, why would I pay for it? Why would I read your book if your book is written by an LLM? Why would I? The thing that I value is the fact that Fifi put your life's work into a book, and that's what I want to read about. And so there's always this balancing force, right? And I think, like any technology, the overestimation comes up, and that's why you have hype cycles, right? And we're thoroughly in a hype cycle right now. And I think sometimes we miss the actual value that it can generate. So when I say that AI is a tool to unleash human creativity and flourishing, I don't mean that there won't be specific tasks that you shouldn't do anymore, because those will change, like factory work. We don't build cars by hand anymore. But the automation of building a car is still not thoroughly, just machine only, right? There's still people that have to do design and do other forms of work. So we must be careful, I think, with our language when we say we'll replace people, because personhood is much more than just the things that you do. Personhood is a much bigger thing. And I think it's about how you view humanity. I suppose if you had to accuse me of anything, my optimistic view of humanity is I believe that we are the most adaptive beings on the planet, and we'll always find a way to adapt.
Sure.
So if you take that viewpoint, in future, if a consultant comes to me and they go, here's a consulting pack, I've looked at your data, I've used ChatGPT, here's the answer, why should I pay for that? I'm looking for the insight to go, I know this person in that organization, you should absolutely merge with that organization because it will unlock this value. That's the thing that we're actually paying for. The value is what we're paying for, not the commodity.
Sure.
And I think sometimes when you put it the other way around, you end up with this very sensationalist, will replace everybody. People and personhood is much more than just the things that I do. The things I do may change, but who I am won't change, and I can adapt.
I get that, and I agree, and thanks so much for putting a perspective there. Yeah. But if we just then talk about the tasks and the job. In fact, they say that how you should look at it in terms of the ability of AI to replace your job is that if the difference between your job and the tasks that you do are very little, then the likelihood of replacement is higher.
Correct.
But if there's a difference between the tasks and the job, if it's wider, apparently journalism is also on the line. But one can argue that, it takes more than just... Yeah. Putting in an LLM and getting the story. There's a different job that's required in journalism as well as the task. So then I put it to you, Desin, to say that, all right, within your organization, those individuals who have very little difference between their tasks and their jobs right now and will need redeployment, how are you going about it within the Old Mutual Group? What are you seeing perhaps within your industry around redeployment of middle management or other workers within the ecosystem who are vulnerable in this environment right now?
Yeah, look, I think firstly, right now, let's be honest. I think geopolitics, Trump and policy stasis is taking away far more jobs than AI is going to do so for the next few years. So the way we're thinking about it. Is in local context, right? So high unemployment, high youth unemployment. But we also have to be realistic. The one thing I feel we might be understating on the panel today is global trends don't favor redeployment. Global trends actually speak to if you can automate 90% of the tasks that somebody does, or critical mass of those tasks, there may not be redeployment opportunities. Ping An is one of the largest, integrated financial services groups in the world, and they're a strategic partner to us. They've been on this journey 10, 15 years. Over the last 5-6 years, they've gone from serving 214 million clients to over 240 million clients. Their service and sales staff have gone from around 70,000 people to around 50,000 people, right? If you want to know the pace of the technology, there's somebody training an LLM while listening to 3 or 4 calls, right, to sell and service better. Those jobs may not come back for those people. For the 20,000 people who are no longer at Ping An, I don't know what they're doing. Economic forces may not always lead you down a redeployment path. And I think we have to be realistic about that. How we're thinking about it right now is there are tasks, and luckily, I got to share this with our CFO the other day, that his job is probably on the line. So not so great news for your content.
How did that
go?
Well,
suddenly,
you're still here, so it's pretty well.
But suddenly my budget was slashed. So no, very clearly, there are tasks in the analysis of reports. Partial writing of reports. Those tasks are being done very, very well by large language models, specific to those things. So if you just took a vulnerable part of our workforce, right, service agents, we're technology tools right now and AI in that part of the value chain is certainly making them better at their jobs. But I don't want, I think it'd be irresponsible to comment about that time when the service level can be maintained, right? And the technology is actually doing it far better than the service agent is.
Sure.
I want us to be kind of circumspect about it, not promising that everyone in a situation like that can be redeployed. And
Sure.
it's not a nice message. It's certainly not an all mutual view because the technology is nowhere near doing that right now. But I feel that it's not just industry who must think about that moment. Our policymakers must be thinking about that moment and how do we train and retrain people for that future.
Sure. And I think it is a point that the minister did make in some of his opening remarks. If I can just get through some of my notes, he did speak about the importance of regulation and the relevance of regulation to this time. I'll pick up on it. I don't quite see it right now, but it's in my head, but I'll pick up on it and I'll quote him exactly. I just want to know, Ruben, are you as real talk as Jason about the situation then, to say that redeployment is not going to be possible for everyone? And in the instances where it isn't, I'm just wondering if there's another approach that can be taken, especially in a context like South Africa. We would have all seen our latest unemployment numbers, and things still look quite ugly right now and sad for people who don't have the dignity of a job.
Yes, so I think, as I said in my opening remarks, Fifi, we're in the business of physical network infrastructure. And we believe that there is a place for AI in our business. A large part of it, as I said, will have to, has got to do with the automation of the back end. But even if we automate the back end, in other words, the operations, the factory, right, that kind of creates the service and makes the service run, and when it breaks, someone detects it and gets someone to you. That understanding of the business will still be a requirement going forward, even if you introduce a high level of automation or AI ops in the back end. But there will be a role shift. In other words, the human being that understands that tasks that is now automated by AI would still have to do oversight of what is happening. I believe it will be a ramp up. Ultimately, in the telco space, the ultimate vision is to run networks as an autonomous system, where the network has sensing capability, the network makes decisions by itself. Essentially, the network becomes a driverless car, so to speak, where it adds capacity when it's needed, it runs and shifts traffic as required to meet certain SLAs and make sure you make your revenue targets. But we're still a far away from that. And the ramp up to that, in my view, is we'll automate as much as we can. There'll be a role shift of oversight over what has been automated. And then there's still, someone that needs to understand what has been automated. And I think a lot of what's been said takes that for granted. Because AI, or for that matter, agentic agents that is being introduced into your business still has to be managed as well. Because that agentic agent, for example, becomes part of your functional team. It becomes part of your performance output. So you need to understand what it does. You need to understand what its limitations are. You need to understand, as the speaker mentioned, the bias and the potential risk of what is in there. And that, when it's localized in the context of where we deliver services, that would be difficult to replace, right? So in my view, the journey would be towards an ultimate, getting as much efficiencies as we can, but really use AI, so to speak, as a co-pilot, where the human being has the oversight.
Sure.
And the human being is still accountable to manage this intelligent capability that's been introduced into the ecosystem. And that accountability would run to be governed, risk has to be managed, and ultimately become part of the way you do business, but not without governance, not without control, and not without accountability. Sure. So in the short term, my view is it would be a journey where we maximize and also, where people need to be reinvented. Their careers needs to be reinvented or augmented. We've got a very mature process, of reviewing our job descriptions, making sure that whatever additional skills is required, is dealt with, quantified. We've got a term what we've called in HR benchmarking, and new opportunities will come, right? As you've mentioned earlier, AI and digitalization lends itself to a myriad of other opportunities, and new jobs will emerge out of that landscape. Just to go back to the previous speaker, not to take up too much words. In our world, data analytics, for example, is very important though. I believe that's going to actually be a growth area where you lean on the capability of deterministic analytics, and as you evolve to predictive and eventually prescriptive, once again, you'd still need the knowledge of the business, whether it is in commercial, to understand your customer, whether it is in the back office, where you understand the landscape and what it means if AI did this, what does it mean downstream for me? And that becomes a journey. It doesn't happen overnight.
I think it speaks to the point that Bongani was making, to say that it does depend who you are talking to with some of these things, whether it's relevant in one world or whether it's not so relevant in the other. Depends on who is providing that answer. We're about to wrap up right now. I'm just wondering if there are any thoughts or any comments, questions from the audience before we do. Yes, sir. My colleague is coming through with a mic. Feel free to be specific, to address the actual question to the specific speaker, or just speak as you will.
I'll do that, thank you. My name is David Mwepe. I'm a PhD candidate at UNISA looking into cybersecurity communication, analyzing how we frame, we message cybersecurity, particularly when it comes to the awareness point of view. And I just wanted to raise a point that I've made an observation. When it comes to AI, I think sometimes we confuse ourselves about, how to communicate it. Looking in how sometimes we say AI is going to replace our jobs, and then sometimes we say it's not going to replace our jobs. Somebody said at the beginning that AI is going to replace your job if you do not use AI.
It was me.
Yes. And then there was a comment about just how, sometimes we belittle products that are designed and created through AI, like for instance, publishing. There was a comment about how, nowadays everybody's a publisher. You can tell a book that has been published through AI and not. And we speak of it as if we mean that, something that is of no greater value as compared to a product that does not use AI. And yet we are saying everybody must go and use AI. I think we need to be careful about how we frame and communicate, these things, because we may, end up just giving others the impression that if you use AI, therefore your product is not that worthy. Therefore, you must not use AI. So I just wanted to just highlight that and remind everybody that we need to be careful about how we frame, the way we communicate AI and speak of it and encourage people to use AI more, just as we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that's a great point. But I think that maybe what we didn't do in framing that, because I'd say that many of you that you are the experts in the field, but what you guys talk about AI as being is something that complements you. And I think the risk is if you just get this tool to do your work for you, that's where your economic value or the quality of that work is diminished. Yeah. But if you do it to enhance and complement you, it becomes a little bit different.
Absolutely spot on.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you don't mind me adding, the fundamentals haven't changed. In business, it's about trade. If I sell you something, if I make my beer taste better, you're going to buy it. And there is a case where if you add too much AI, the beer could taste worse. But there's also a case where if you add the right amount of AI, the beer tastes better. And it's in the wisdom of that for you to figure it out for your business.
Sure. Any other comment? Last one before we take it. Yes, sir. Where are the ladies? I just need one more lady. It is Women's Month.
Hello.
There's a lady.
Hello?
I've only got time for one more. Please let it be a lady. No. Take it, sir.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Okay.
Can hear you.
So, I was just following the discussion around the issue on jobs. I don't think it's the first time, obviously, we've had jobs being in question as a result of technology. Maybe just to the panel, what's been the progression in terms of the impact of technology on jobs, in terms of how we are seeing AI probably impacting jobs differently? Because I'm seeing a lot of strong discussions around AI is going to take jobs or is going to unleash creativity, etc. But I'm also of the view that it's not the first time we interact with technology, right? We've had robotic process automation, machine learning, and all of these many things. And in one way or the other, they've impacted jobs, right? In a positive way, in a negative way for some people. But I'm keen on how do we move away from this emotional view around whether we are unleashing creativity or we are taking away jobs to realistically, what's been the net impact of technology that seems to bring along AI as the main solution?
Okay.
And how is that actually, so what's the nervousness that, the panelists,
okay.
or what is creating the nervousness, I guess? Because my view is that if tech has been with us for so long and is going to continue to be with us, are we being honest with ourselves when we say it's going to take away jobs? Or is the historical trend saying to us the net effect is actually creating more jobs?
Okay, got you.
Fifi,
Perception versus facts. What are the facts in terms of jobs?
If I can mention quickly, because I look at those stats a lot, the World Economic Forum makes a lot of predictions around how many jobs will be lost and how many will be created. But lately they changed their nuance from jobs lost or created to jobs that will be changed. And they are seeing a massive number of jobs, something like 100 million jobs in the next few years will be changed, as opposed to the net 97 million losses and 87 million jobs created, which was a typical number of the last few years. But if any one of us said that we know the answer to your question, you would prove us wrong a year from now, because the outcome would show that we actually don't know what the real impact will be. But what I can say is that AI creates an entirely new supply chain. If you look at the massive rollout of data centers right now in the United States, but it will be worldwide. We're seeing it in South Africa. Telkom just completed the biggest data center in Africa in the last few weeks, for example. And that is to service the massive increase in computing power demanded by AI. And that will have a further knock-on effect of creating demand for further infrastructure, further skills. The people building those data centers, the people running them, are already representing a massive increase in hiring in that particular segment. No one is quantifying it, so we're not seeing the impact it's making, but there are many sectors that will be affected like that, just as there will be many sectors where there will be a complete destruction of jobs as well.
Yeah.
I also quickly want to add something to
ahead.
that comment, Fifi, and it ties in with something Arthur said right in the beginning around decision-making and why that's so important. So when we have these change of jobs and roles that's going to take place now, what's going to become quite important, and this may sound a little bit philosophical, but one of the things that we don't yet know is, and this is probably one of the real threats on AI, is how it's going to impact our human values. The fact that this technology is actually going to have a huge influence over us. So what's going to happen, and from a decision-making perspective, is that when we look at recruiting individuals, or when we look at transforming skills and changing individuals into these roles, these new jobs that may come out, things like an AI agent manager and AI workflow architect and so forth, we're going to need to bring in individuals who have very good decision-making capabilities and also a very strong moral compass. It's going to be more and more important for us to understand that with this technology also comes great responsibility.
Sure.
So I think that's a huge point as well. The decision-making angle around this is becoming very, very important, and it's an unknown to us at the moment because we don't truly know how impactful the AI is going to be on our human values and the influence that it's going to have on us.
Good point. Good point. So that last question from that Happy Women's Month, by the way.
I'm Izal from Mark Statics, and I actually want to pose this question back to Dr. Rina. So I'm a part of the 40 under 40 group SMEs, and we had this discussion about how AI is actually affecting our staff's memory, where they are taking so many tasks and putting it back into AI, even emails, and then coming back on a Monday and seeing that they didn't retain that information, where it's almost affecting taking the time, putting thought into it, constructing an email, and retaining that information. And we're seeing it across the board. And is there research currently being done about it? Is there a way around it? Just your thoughts on that.
So you're actually saying this is the AI that's unable to retain the information,
No,
right?
it's the human,
It's
because
the
now the
human
AI
being.
is doing it so
Yes.
well, you just,
Got
you know,
it.
you forget.
Yeah, so I think what's happening right now is, and it ties in with what I was speaking about right now, it's influence, right, on us as human beings. What's happening with AI is that it's actually taking a lot, it ties in with this, you know, there's books written about the dopamine nation and around how we're dealing with an anxious generation at the moment and so forth. It's around how technology is actually fostering, the more tech-centric we become, the more non-transactional, we need to become in our relationships. The more we need to start embracing the human elements around things. So what technology is actually doing and what the AI is doing right now is that it is decreasing attention spans. It is allowing for us to, like you said, not retain information as much as we used to. So we're going to have to use this. So the efficiencies that AI is going to produce is going to be fantastic. That space that we're going to find ourselves with is where we're going to need to foster mechanisms so that we can retain information, so that we can actually start using our human ability and fostering that. It comes back to the point on decision making. We should never let the technology get to a point where it takes over our critical thinking, where it takes over our ability to be human in that perspective.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
and I think
that's
it's the point that Arthur was making. I think that there will be the level of skills erosion, as you have highlighted, but those who are excellent will actually use that time and the free time that they have, as it were, to go and amass new skills in other areas and amass excellence elsewhere. Unfortunately, we are out of time at this present moment in time, but I would like to thank you all for being fabulous conversation starters on what does promise to be a very insightful and informative AI summit. And I'd like to ask you to perhaps maybe help me thank the panel for their insights with a warm applause. And with that said, I think that we can rejoin our friends in the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Fifi. What an interesting conversation. And one of the key panelists also spoke about what the different meanings of AI can be depending on who's listening and I guess who's asking. So I have a suggestion on what AI could mean for this room. I think AI could mean Africa's intelligence. What do you think? I'll give it some time. But speaking on thoughts and opinions, please share your thoughts. If you're seated here, and join us on our social media platforms. We are streaming live on LinkedIn, X, and YouTube. But without further ado, let's get into the second discussion for the day. Now, as Fifi has mentioned, the vast impact of AI in an evolving landscape, what is more important and in the fore right now is the need for smart regulation that can catch up. And which brings us to our next fireside chat, where we'll explore how Africa can develop regulatory frameworks that protect and support innovation while safeguarding rights and values. And I am pleased to welcome to the stage the editor-in-chief of CNBC Africa, Godfrey Mutizwa, as well as another prominent leader in the world of higher education. I am talking about the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Johannesburg, Professor Lethoka Mpedi. Gentlemen,
thank you.
The stage is yours.
The AI regulatory landscape, balancing innovation and compliance, with Professor Lethoka Mpedi, Vice Chancellor and Principal at the University of Johannesburg. Moderated by Godfrey Mutizwa, Editor-in-Chief at CNBC Africa.
Thank you, Kiamo. Thank you, Fifi. Thank you to all of you who have made the time to come and join us here today. I am very unhappy Fifi didn't get a chance to ask me the question about the one thing that I'd want out of AI. So let me say, the one thing that I would love AI to do for me is to find me intelligent anchors, intelligent, attractive, and skilled. But the advantage I have is that I have Fifi. I don't need AI. Thank you, Fifi. Thank you, Fifi. Thank you, Prof. Before we start,
yes,
we've got a little scene setter, and then we'll dive right into it.
Perfect. Good morning, Godfrey.
Good morning to you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you again.
Yeah.
The evolution of artificial intelligence is moving at a pace that few law and policymakers can match. From shaping financial products and services to transforming healthcare diagnostics. From generating media content to influencing what we see and believe online. AI is no longer a future concept. It's ingrained in our daily lives. But the real challenge isn't just regulation. It's shaping the right rules that balance progress with protection, creativity with compliance. And Africa stands at a powerful crossroads. The continent has the opportunity not just to import external models of governance, but to define its own. A regulatory approach grounded in constitutional values, human rights, and the continent's long-term development goals. One that protects citizens from harmful uses like deepfakes while unlocking opportunities unique to Africa's people, markets, and innovators. But this can't happen in isolation. It requires bold collaboration between governments, tech companies, civil society, and the communities most affected. Because ultimately, the goal isn't just to comply. It's to build trust, to protect rights, and to ensure that AI technologies serve everyone, not just a privileged few.
Thank you. Thank you. So the professor and I were together yesterday on another platform, having a very insightful discussion about how we go about improving education on the African continent and how we align industry to the skills that we're producing out of our university as well as institutions of higher learning. So here we are again, and I think one of the ideas that came out of that discussion may very well be pertinent here. But before we go there, I wanted to ask you a very simple question, which I will answer first before I ask you to answer.
Okay.
Is Africa ready for AI regulation? And my answer is that the continent is not ready. If you look at it from the perspective of the private sector, here's a very small example. Which is the largest company by market capitalization in the world? NVIDIA. How much is it worth? $4.4 trillion. When I look at the JSE and I look for sort of like a pure play, if you like, on AI, I come to Foresight. I may well be wrong. And Foresight, I checked up the market cap, $6.4 million. Is that how far we are from the private side? What about from the public side? So, Prof, I come back to the question.
Yeah.
Are we ready in terms of regulating AI?
Godfrey, you know I'm a lawyer by training. I'll say it depends. Well, firstly, I agree with you that we are not ready, but we must also acknowledge that something is happening. Our situation on the continent is a scary one. And the challenge we're facing is not unique to Africa. You look at these big multinational tech companies, many of them have got the computing power that, I mean, the entire African continent combined doesn't have. How do you start regulating this type of companies?
Absolutely.
That is a big challenge. I think there's a couple or three governments that have got the computing power that can match the computing power of these multinationals. So that is a starting point. But it doesn't mean we should relax and say, well, we have lost the battle. We need to make sure that, firstly, our lawmakers are well equipped. They understand what they are dealing with. I'm sure if we were to go out there with all due respect and ask our lawmakers, what is AI? I don't know what the outcome, we know what the outcome will be.
I'm not going to answer that.
It will be terrible. So we need to empower our lawmakers, regulators, policymakers, so that they know what they're dealing with. And that way we'll make good progress quickly.
Is there a case of looking at this from a Pan-African perspective, given what you've just demonstrated, our inability to be able to regulate these multinational companies with huge budgets, with huge research capabilities, and versus our own very constrained, even if you go to the public sector, fiscal spaces?
Most definitely. If we stand together as a continent, I mean, how many are we on the African continent? I mean, it's a good market size. But if we stand alone and tell a multinational, you do this, they would laugh at us. So we need to stand together as a continent and put our policies out there. And that way, multinationals will look at us and say, we can't lose this entire continent. Because if we don't, take some of these applications. You get an option, it's freemium, you download it, and then you get to a point where you have to accept the terms and conditions. Many of them, they would say you grant permission to access the microphone, and you say, but this app doesn't need a microphone to operate. Take a calculator.
You're giving away all your rights.
You must give it access to your camera. And it's either you accept that to use the app or you don't. But try and download the same app in Europe. You are not asked those questions.
To be fair, if you look at the way the African Union has approached the African Continental Free Trade Area, there is a digital component of it. And they are making strides in implementing it across the continent. Perhaps there's a starting point. But at the same time, Prof, when you look at the individual countries, I saw a MasterCard report last week speaking about those countries that have been attracting AI-focused investments. At the top sits South Africa, and then you've got Nigeria. And then after that, it just falls away. From a continental perspective, are you seeing evidence that there are governments that are aware even that they...
Most definitely. I mean, you look at, Rwanda, something is happening there, Kenya. Namibia recently had a commission of some sort that is looking into this. So discussions have started.
Fragmented.
But, yes, fragmented, and they are moving at a tortoise pace, snail pace. And that is a problem, because these technologies are moving at a fast pace. We have to keep up.
Absolutely, yeah. So what do we do? Let's perhaps, from here, suggest ways in which the continent could approach this. Are we talking here at the AU level? Are we talking here at the regional economic level? Are we talking here at the national level?
There are 3 levels. I mean, continental level, AU.
Yeah.
Regional levels, we've got a few regional economic communities. SADC is silent. Those regional economic communities must be vocal about these issues, but also at a national level. And at a national level, we need to work together. I mean, the public sector must work closely with the private sector, but we also need to bring in ordinary people. We need to work with civil society as well.
Yeah. If we bring it then to the national level, and I'm going to ask you shortly for what your model framework would look like. If we talk at the national level, and I'm hoping that there are still people from the government who are here who could be listening to this.
A lot is happening, but in a fragmented way.
Yeah.
I come from another angle. I'm not an engineer. I'm a lawyer by training, and I've been quite vocal through opinion pieces. We just published a book by Prof. Marwal and I, who's an engineer, I'm a lawyer, on AI and the law.
Oh, okay, you didn't bring it here. You could have accidentally showed it to us.
Yes. So what we need is to make sure that our regulatory frameworks, support the development, ethical development of these technologies.
Yeah.
That is a starting point, because at the moment, the regulatory frameworks are reactionary in nature, and that is a problem. And if we don't deal with that, there will be a huge gap and we'll be left behind.
So are you saying in South Africa there is no structured approach to this?
I wouldn't say that. Something is being done, but things are moving at a pace that is frustratingly slow.
Yeah. Are you involved as universities?
We try on the sidelines in terms
separately
in terms of opinion pieces and trying to plant a seed. We recently published an opinion piece. Me and Professor Arthur Mutambara is going to speak later on.
Yes.
He's an engineer. He can talk about the inner workings of these things. I always, focus on the regulatory frameworks where we called for a commission, an AI and the law commission that would bring people who are specialists in AI, lawyers, people who are specialists in the area of ethics and so on, to look at the existing legislative frameworks, break them down, see where the gaps are, and how we can quickly fill them. Of course, we have the South African Law Reform Commission. We say it should stay and continue to do what it needs to do, but we need that kind of a commission separate from the South African Law Reform Commission to work on these things, because go law by law and fill in those gray areas, otherwise we'll be left behind.
Absolutely. So I was listening in earlier, obviously, listening to the young people who were talking about how AI is changing us, and in the previous panel, I don't know if you recall, there was that discussion about the fact that what they are seeing in terms of impact is that young people are perhaps not remembering things as perhaps strongly as we used to in the past because of AI. And I work with young people. What they say to me is that, Mr. G, why would we need to remember these things when I've got my phone? Because my phone lives with me. I selectively remember what I want because everything is here, which is different from us. Because years back when I was a journalist and I went back and I reported on a story in the rural areas, I needed to remember everything in my head. They don't need to. It is very different. And the question then becomes adaptation. I digress. Let me come to your model framework in terms of what that would look like. And I was making the point because these youngsters will say, well, we don't need to remember everything you will say about the model portfolio because we can put it on our phone. But anyway, let's share.
Look, as a starting point, we had the Presidential Commission on 4IR that released its report. It made important recommendations. Very little is happening to implement those recommendations. I think that is a good starting point. Now I'm referring to South Africa. That is a good starting point that we need to to look at, to fill in whatever gaps and ensure that we've got proper regulatory frameworks in place, and whatever is done in this space is done in an ethical manner. People are not taken for a ride and so on. That would be a good start. The second point I would like to make, that recommendation of having this AI and the Law Commission, not only for South Africa, I think something like that can work for the entire continent.
Sure.
It will play an important role in ensuring that there are proper regulatory frameworks in place.
Yeah.
Another important point, I'm glad Telkom is a partner here. This issue of digital divide is a big challenge. Of course, not only Telkom will sort this thing out, the government has to play an important role. We should not move forward and make progress here in urban areas and leave people in rural areas behind. Data is just expensive.
Absolutely.
In some places, even if you have data, you can't connect, and that is problematic.
That should be embedded in law.
It should be part of this, yeah. And there are ways in which, we could deal with this. We could zero-rate certain platforms that are important for communities.
Okay.
That is something. And the last point that I'd like to make here concerns educating people, and that is where institutions of higher learning play an important role, because people fear what they don't know and understand. But once you empower people, then they know the limits, they know, what they are dealing with, then we'll be able to move forward as a unit.
But part of the risk from what you're saying about ensuring that we are alive to the dangers of increasing the digital divide is that once you put those into law, you scare away private money, don't you? Because the private sector doesn't want to put in money where the possibility of extracting a return is diminished. Let me put it that way.
Look,
how do we safeguard that?
You could start with regulatory sandboxes, just as a start, on pilot basis, where there could be some regulatory provisions that work with certain players, just as a pilot to see how things can work. And this is something, the beauty of it is that before law is passed, role players, stakeholders can make inputs, comments, and so on at the bill stage and so on. So you make sure you work with all the stakeholders. Of course, people who want to exploit will never be happy. Then we'll have to draw a line, Do we encourage investors that exploit people, or do we, stand by our principles to say, yes, we embrace AI, but we need to make sure that our people are not taken for a ride.
Yeah. So you and I, as I was saying earlier, were on another platform where we spoke about how to improve the connection between the skills we're getting out of our universities and institutions of higher learning into the work environment. And one of the thoughts that came out of that I really liked, it was this co-development concept.
Yeah.
Can we apply it here?
Definitely.
Please explain how that would work.
We need to work together. I mean, institutions of higher learning can do a lot, by partnering with the private actors. We can, empower our students, by giving them opportunities to contribute. I mean, we have to use this for a particular goal, Here we have to address, especially on the continent, we have to address challenges such as youth unemployment.
Yes.
If we co-create, taking our bright minds and working closely with the private sector and the government towards a particular goal, something that is close to our hearts, as the University of Johannesburg, we say technology should not just be technology for the sake of it, It should be there for ensuring that there is societal impact. We use these technologies to address social challenges in a positive way. We use that to ensure that there is sustainability and people, can be, especially when I say people, I'm referring to the marginalized, and the forgotten people amongst us. Their lives could be transformed.
Yeah.
So that partnership approach should aim for such an outcome.
Yeah. So Prof, if you were to summarize, I'm being told that we're running out of our time. How difficult would you say it is for countries across the continent to put together the regulatory frameworks that will enable us to make sure that we're not just adopters? I think Arthur spoke about leapfrogging, or leapfroggers, as it were. We are part and parcel of developing the frameworks that are required to operate in our own countries and communities.
Yeah, the biggest challenge that we are facing really as a continent is ignorance, honestly. It's ignorance.
So we have a huge mountain to play here in terms of catching up.
Most definitely. Starting with those policymakers that are supposed to come up with appropriate policies. If they don't understand what they're dealing with, then we're doomed.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Can I ask one final question?
Go ahead.
can I ask AI to put together the frameworks for us?
Of course. but then you don't just accept that. You know, you
Right.
have to really apply your mind
Yeah.
and make sure that this is what you want.
The
And
human.
it's relevant for our local context.
Yeah, the human being must still take the lead and
That's right.
precedence.
That's
Professor,
right.
thank you for your thoughts and your time.
Thank you, God.
Please help me to thank the professor.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you so much.
Professor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Godfrey and Professor Mbedi. Another point that stuck out to me as a young person is Godfrey's mention of his young newsroom. And while AI is at our disposal at CNBC Africa, the wealth of knowledge conferred upon us by our seniors is certainly something AI cannot replicate. So, Mr. G, in my opinion, you outsmart a robot. But I come bearing good news. We are going to take a short break just after the riveting conversations that we've had to refresh and reflect, and more importantly, rub shoulders with fellow like-minded individuals. It is the veranda. And I've got some more good news. When we come back, we will be doing a lucky draw that you don't want to miss out on. So here's how you can enter. You stop at the social media desk at the Forbes Africa and CNBC Africa social media assistants. And over there, you will be directed over to the hall where you can scan the QR code and win a prize. If your name is called and you're not in the room, unfortunately, the prize will go to the next person who has been drawn. So enjoy your time, enjoy your refreshments, and stay ready for the second part of the first CNBC Africa AI Summit.
back, and if I could ask you to start making your way back to your seats. Sorry to curb your enthusiasm, but we need to continue with today's program. But I hope you've had a good break, and you've had a chance to connect with some people in real life and discuss some of the things that we went over this morning. A few things I'm going to run through before we get into the next part of today's event. I'd like to do an acknowledgement and some recognition of the technology diplomat and African Union Ambassador, Lavina Ramkissoon, who's in the room with us as well. So Lavina, welcome to today's discussion. I know you are very much in the AI space as well, and I think you're even known as the AI mom, if I'm right. So it's good to have you in the room, especially during this kind of conversation. Then in terms of today's proceedings as well, if you haven't had a chance, please take the opportunity during lunch or one of the breaks to also go have a look at the technology stands in the back. There's a couple of activations, a couple of things where you can engage and experience technology firsthand. So please do that. And if you have done so, fantastic. And I hope that it was all that you hoped and dreamed it would be. We mentioned that there's a lucky draw. So if you did enter that lucky draw, you could be in the running for our first prize this morning. If you haven't, don't forget you can use the QR code. It's also on the table talkers in front of you. Whip out your phone, scan that QR code, and you might be the next person that whose name we read out. But we've already done one draw already this morning, and I'm happy to report that the proud owner of the prize for the first draw is Christian Chikudu. Christian, where are you? You're there. Okay, that's Christian over there. Christian, if you just go back to later on, go back to the technology desk there, the tech desk, and claim your prize. Identify yourself. I don't know if you've got your ID with you or something, and say it's me, and you can take your prize home. And then make sure that you don't share it with anybody, because you rightfully won that. You did your bit. Wonderful. Right, we're going to get into our next discussion for today, and the next topic, very interesting, I think, especially in the African and South African context, around how AI is transforming diagnostics, treatment, and healthcare access. Well, isn't that a conversation? Here to moderate the conversation is CNBC Africa's Palesa Mofokeng. Palesa, over to you. Let's give her a big round of applause. Yeah, let's get her up on stage.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you, Alex. Now I'm going to ask our guests to pay special attention to this next conversation. And I'm not just saying this because I'm the one driving it, but our lives literally depend on it. Now, artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming the healthcare system, promising advancements in diagnostics, treatment planning, and even patient management. But we have to remember that with every breakthrough comes the big questions on ethics, trust, and impact. Now, during this fire chat discussion, we'll precisely get to explore these shifts in modern medicine, and what better way to do it other than inviting two distinguished guests who bring perspectives from the front lines. Let's meet our panelists.
Where do you want us?
AI in healthcare, transforming diagnosis, treatment, and access. The panelists are Dr. Brett Lyndall Singh, CEO, AOM, Alpha and Omega Group. Dr. Gail Urey, Honorary Lecturer, the Steve Biko Center for Bioethics, Wits Medical School, and the CEO of the Johannesburg Coronation Foundation. The moderator is Palesa Mofokeng, CNBC Africa presenter and producer.
Okay, we're going to drive.
Some of the biggest challenges facing the healthcare system in the African continent are access to healthcare, shortage of hospitals, medication, health workers, resources, inefficient government systems, infrastructure, among others. Artificial intelligence is rapidly becoming one of the most transformative forces in modern medicine. From AI-powered diagnostics to mobile health tools and virtual consultations, we are witnessing a revolution in how care is delivered accessed, and experienced. AI's ability for early diagnosis, like identifying early signs of cancer, cardiovascular disease, and neurological disorders, assisting in offering new hope for prevention and timely treatment. AI tools are helping bridge the gap between rural and city communities. From over-the-phone or video consultations, AI is extending the reach of scarce medical expertise, providing life-saving insights to areas where specialists may not be available. This could be a game changer for the previously disadvantaged and a critical step toward achieving universal health coverage in Africa. With this healthcare innovation, it is important that continental governments ensure the technology is safe, inclusive, speaks the languages of the people, and overall tailor-made for the people it is meant to serve.
Okay, we're going to jump right into it. Now, we do know that artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming so many aspects of our lives, but in the healthcare system, it has been quite described often as the ultimate game changer. If I can start with you, Dr. Singh, what is the most significant or meaningful contribution that you see in AI in your work?
Thank you so much, Palesa, for your question. I'd like to first set the stage. In South Africa alone, in public health, we spend almost 300 billion rands every year to capacitate our public health centers. And out of that, 130 billion rand goes to district hospitals. These are hospitals that are in far-flung rural spaces. I'm currently based in a hospital in Ehlanzeni district in Mpumalanga called Matibidi Hospital. And to give you context, the closest shopping center is 50 kilometers from the hospital. So it's extremely rural. And as practitioners and healthcare providers, we are seeing AI being used in helping capacitate your junior doctors and doctors who don't have experience of maybe less than 5 years to have the access of a specialist type of experience in your pocket through your cell phone or through a referral with one of the specialists in your district. So I think that that AI has a huge role to play in healthcare. However, we need to have more access to data that we are getting from our patients. In public healthcare alone, the majority of our hospitals still use paper and pens to conduct histories and progress notes for most patients, as well as scripts for medication. And a lot of this can get lost in the system, due to filing errors, or a lot of it can just not be easily accessible. And also, you can't really translate information that's written on a piece of paper very easily when you're trying to use some of these tools. So I think that from a base stage, most of our areas that are accessing, that are giving access to the majority of our population, need to first digitize the system, where you have health informatics and a basic data of patients being recorded digitally, and that is going to be able to help you to have an access to more data in things like radiology and dermatology and pathology, for example. Those are 3 sectors in medicine that AI is already rapidly evolving, because we've identified certain criteria as well as markers and points to see when certain tests or certain results are out of the norm. So I think there's a lot of space for AI to develop, but we need to first digitize, we need to first give access to internet connectivity. The average public hospital in South Africa doesn't have an internet connection. And so how are we going to actually, have access to these AI tools if your healthcare providers aren't able to do that? And of course, everybody's looking at how is AI going to steal, a doctor's or a healthcare provider's job. So I think that's also another issue, as we have almost 2,000 unemployed medical doctors in South Africa and thousands of other allied healthcare practitioners. I think we just need to distinguish between using AI to remove sort of guesswork in medicine and helping to sort of give concrete evidence-based diagnosis that has peer review research behind it, and also bringing that access to maybe a doctor who doesn't have access to a specialist or specialized testing in their current facility.
Yeah, you've given us such a thorough overview there, and we'll get into unpack the challenges that you've outlined. But I saw you nodding there, Dr. Ear. If you can just share your sentiments towards AI and its contribution to how you do your work.
All right, I think the most important thing that we have to understand about AI in the healthcare sector is that I've listened to previous speakers, and when we talk about optimizing workflows and making jobs and workflow easier, that's one thing. When we talk about healthcare, we're talking about the man on the ground that needs to have some kind of care. And what Dr. Singh has explained is that we need to be able to provide this, and AI would be an awesome way of doing it. But in healthcare, the most important thing for us is that we're doing something to another human. And human beings need to understand, they need to trust the technology that you're using, they need to know what you're going to do, and AI is very, very far away from that yet. We don't have access to it in pretty much all of our centers, and our population, and we live in Africa, we need to understand that even in our centers, we don't have computers. So when we start speaking to someone in a rural area, for example, this to the patient, so that they are the basis of everything that we do. So I feel that Dr. Singh's actually put it very much into perspective. It's a tool that we really, really could use. We really have to go back 50,000 steps and start with how do we talk to our patients and improve health literacy first.
Now, some of the research that I found was that one of the key barriers that are preventing AI integration and scaling in the country is AI bias, right? And it's something that Dr. Singh also just touched on, and this is largely stems from insufficient data that reflects the country's diverse population. Do you think we can get to a point where AI and the healthcare system can serve all South Africans equitably?
Oh, that's an awful question. Yes, in 2039, maybe 45. I think the most important thing for us, and in South Africa we do have a problem, is that we have AI bias. And if we use, for example, international data, their data isn't African data. We've got disorders here and diseases here that they don't have overseas and they don't see. It would be so important for Africa to be able to pull together, and remember is a tool, and it's always been used to manage healthcare. And we've always worried about cost and utilization. What we need to do now is take that out of the equation and look at just exactly what our outcome needs to be. And by doing that, the bias goes, because at the moment we're using old data. Remember, most of it's funded data, and there's a lot of bias.
Sure. Dr. Singh, if I can just come back to you, your company played a critical role in South Africa's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and now you're leading initiatives in the healthcare product localization. Now, against this backdrop, what role do you see AI playing in strengthening national healthcare systems?
Thank you, Palesa, for that. I would just like to ask the audience, the last time you saw your GP or your doctor, you went into their consulting room, you sat down, and then you went straight into your problem. The doctor would ask you, how can I help you today? And then you would say, I've been having some backache for, say, 2 weeks. And then we would just continue to take a history from there and possibly give you a script of some analgesics for you to go and take from the pharmacy. I was trained in the People's Republic of China, and I was based there for over 10 years, and I was part of the anti-pandemic task force in the initial COVID response in China. Some of the experience that I gleaned from there was that their way of diagnostics and in large the Asian model of diagnostics is to have a barrage of vital signs and diagnostic tests to be done before you see your general practitioner. So in South Africa, or in Africa, we would go and see a GP, we would sit down and we'd talk about our issue, a history would be taken, and then they would prescribe certain tests for us to do. Maybe it's a chest x-ray, or we'd go and take a couple of vials of blood for us to see how our blood chemistry is, or our, our full blood count, etc. But if you have access to a generalized diagnostic model or a physical exam center where you can have a barrage of ultrasound and blood test as well as chest x-ray, just as at a base level, and you'd be doing that annually, you'd be able to already start to generate that data that Dr. Gale is talking about. And so in South Africa and in Africa, we are really experts in healthcare providing in certain diseases like in HIV and TB burdens. I'm not too sure if you know the current literature, but the mortality rate for an HIV diagnosed patient is actually excellent if they start their treatment early and if they continued to have regular checkups for us to monitor their viral load and their immune system. So I think that if we can sort of standardize a diagnostic systems where we have a figure of how much it costs the state or how much it costs an individual just to do a barrage of simple diagnostic tests, and there you need investment in the infrastructure, and you'd also need to sort of capture that information in a way that's transferable and that could be, as some of the previous speakers in our first panel talking about analytics of that data, then you'd be able to crunch out better outcomes. You'd also be able to feed that into better machine learning engines, and you'd also be able to help to sort of tailor-make certain therapies that are going to help them. But again, as Dr. Gale is saying, you have to be able to share what you're trying to do with your patient by informed consent, by actually telling them that, hey, I would like to take these tests so that I can help you, to better give you a better outcome, etc. So I think communication is an issue, and we have 11 languages in South Africa. You have doctors that are sent across the country. Maybe I'm learning Spedi and Sutu in Mpumalanga, but if you go to KwaZulu-Natal, you need to be able to speak Zulu. So I think those things are where AI can also help with in terms of simple translation, as well as simple capturing of that information. The first panel spoke about meeting minutes, right? You'll be able to capture a voice note and then run that through that. I'm sure all of us is using that technology to transcribe those notes. Now, can you also transcribe your consult with your patient? Or you as a patient, can you also record that consult and then say, hey, I'd like to record this so that I can have access to this for myself? So I think those are all the questions that we need to ask ourselves and continue to bring access to digitizing some of that information. Yeah.
Now, there's this big accountability question that if a patient is harmed due to an AI recommendation that did to the doctor, who then takes accountability? Is it the doctor? Is it the clinical center? Dr. Are you smiling? I'm going to pose this one to you.
All right, I think that is something that hasn't been investigated either nationally or internationally, and it really is about who is accountable. If a practitioner utilizes a set of data to make a decision around a patient's treatment going forward, and that data is incorrect in some way, shape, or form. And we've got to remember that data is taken from everywhere. We're also finding there's amazing research, especially in the social sphere, where data that is incorrect is showing incredible bias when it comes to who gets treatment, what kind of treatment they get given, and there are very important demographic markers that we need to pay attention to when it comes to things like that. So who's going to take responsibility if a doctor uses AI for diagnostic purposes, makes a decision, treats the patient, and the data was incorrect, and there's a lethal outcome? And that is something that we need to look at, because we have no legislation that covers that. We've got no legal precedents that cover that, and we're going to start having that, because as AI becomes more and more utilized in the healthcare space, and I can share this with Dr. Singh, the reality is in South Africa it's probably not going to happen that quickly, so we can wait for everybody else to have the experience first. The bottom line is, who is going to pick up the legislative issues? Is it going to be the developer? Is it going to be the doctor who made an absolutely genuine diagnosis based on what he thought was correct information? So how are we going to do this? And it opens a whole lot of legislative nightmares.
And how do we even begin to clarify that? As you've mentioned, that AI takes information that we give it and we're not always correct. How do we even begin to clarify what can we take as a doctor to a patient?
Oh, you're really going to have to trust your developer. And I think that one of the things that we found is that a lot of the data that's being used in healthcare AI is very old data. We take a lot of, for example, radiology slides that are 30, 40, 50 years old, and these are all used for machine learning. What we've got to remember is that when we are taking very old data, there are a lot of things that can go wrong. There can be a lack of clarity, there can be a great number of things that mean that the information that we are feeding it is incorrect. And remember that AI isn't human. AI only learns what we give it. So it's as good as it's as good as the input, garbage in, garbage out. And if we're giving it garbage, even if it is a small amount of garbage, that garbage can skew your diagnosis.
Sure. Dr. Singh, I want to ask you the same question, but perhaps let me phrase it differently. If an AI suggests withholding treatment from a patient just based on poor outcomes, predicted poor outcomes, how should doctors then balance that view within against their ethical duty to care for the patient?
Great question, great question. I think the wonderful thing is that in medicine, we've got so much of amazing literature that is up to date. And so I'm sure most of you have seen ChatGPT 5's new launch. You're able to actually upload large sums of data to it and then start generating some responses. In South Africa, for example, the National Department of Health has published the standard treatment guidelines. So those standard treatment guidelines is basically a list of the common conditions that you as a medical practitioner or as a member of the healthcare sort of practitioners would be able to see in a hospital setting. And it clearly defines all of the management processes as well as step-by-step treatment processes in terms of if a patient is maybe allergic to a cephalosporin drug, they could be given an alternative, etc. You were speaking about a patient that maybe has a poor outcome, poor prognosis, and now you want to withhold treatment so you can save it possibly for another one. Again, that all comes to the judgment of the attending doctor that's responsible for that patient. And I like to think of it like this: why can't we think of AI as another medical device? When we created in Alpha and Omega MedTech the rapid test for COVID, it's just another medical device to speed up diagnosis. So instead of taking blood and waiting for 1 hour with the National Laboratory Service to get a PCR result, whether you're tested positive for COVID, in 10 minutes you'd be able to know whether you have been tested positive. So again, that's supposed to help you to create a diagnosis, but the medical practitioner who has gone through 10 years of training is still responsible for that recommendation at the bottom, and it's your signature and your stamp that would be liable at the end of the day. So I think let's think of it as an augmentation tool to stop the guesswork, basically. How can we stop the guesswork, and how can we get sort of more specialized and up-to-date knowledge into it? As Dr. Gale said, we need to manufacture our own data, and we can't do that without systems not being digitized. So I think, again, for the patient that has a poor outcome, again, let's look at other patients who have had poor outcomes and their list of comorbidities, their age, their index, their current vital signs. Can they possibly make it or can't they? I think, again, the attending medical doctor and their team, the holistic team. Again, it's not just a doctor. In an average hospital, you've got your allied health team, your psychologist, your dietitian, your occupational therapist, your physiotherapist. Their inputs are all needed, And for a patient that has a poor outcome, they also need to be regularly checked by their physio because possibly they're bedridden. So that also adds to the pool of things that you have to look at. Yeah.
And when we think about some of the countries that are doing this well, I know China is one of them, and they have their goals to become an AI leader, and especially in healthcare by 2030. Can we take some examples from countries that are already successful in their AI integration in this industry?
Excellent. So I would say in my experience, now it's coming on 15 years with China, I had the pleasure of joining the Tsinghua University Vanke School of Public Health, where our professor who is in charge of Healthy China, the Healthy China Policy 2030. Again, their model of diagnostics, Palesa, is let's first do a barrage of tests, overall baseline tests, every single year for every single patient that is connected to that hospital. Now, once I've got that data, I can clearly define that this patient has already a propensity for cardiovascular disease because of their family history and because of their social history. Maybe they're a chronic smoker or they're a binge alcohol drinker. We can't judge them, but that's the patient history. And so you'll be able to help them. So again, there are models that are using it, but the infrastructure is there. They've got hospitals in every single county, and unfortunately, we're not yet there. We're still fighting NHI, and we're still trying to see is it right to do this? Is it not right to do this? We're still in the sort of argumentative phase. We're not in a phase where we understand how much it costs to actually do a barrage of diagnostic tests and actually roll that out at scale. So I think that's where opportunities lie. And there's many other countries that are doing that, but I would say in Asia, they are definitely ahead. In China, in India, and South Korea, for example, their diagnostics are just amazing. And the cost of the diagnostics are also far less than us. Imagine we're spending 130 billion rands to capacitate the district hospitals across the country. But in private, you could possibly capacitate more or see more patients during that. So I think efficiency outcomes also need to improve. Yeah.
Sure. Dr. I'm told I don't have enough time, but I want to come to you and pick your brain, knowing that I want you to speak from your vantage point from a mental health support. I'll make an example with myself. Sometimes I do talk to ChatGPT about my emotional problems, but could there be a role in AI improving psychosocial support, or is this a inherently human domain?
I think that it's got a very big role to play, because often we need to bounce something off somebody else. And AI is awesome for that. I mean, I talk to ChatGPT every morning and we fight continuously. Just really because it really isn't up to my standard quite yet. We'll get there. But it's good to be able to bounce. And it's also good to be able to get hints and tips. Are you sleeping properly? What kind of things can you do to make your sleep pattern better? Do you stop drinking coffee at 9 o'clock? All of those it will give you. However, there will always be a place for another human to be able to connect with you. And as Dr. Singh said, the reality is that we need to understand that the practitioner is the final line when it comes to really prescribing, admitting you to hospital. ChatGPT hasn't got that right yet. But to be able to actually take control of a situation that's really complicated.
Okay. I have about 2 minutes left, and I would like to open the floor now for any questions, comments, anything. Please, can I see a show of hands? There should be a mic that is floating around. I think, yeah, you can go. I'm not sure if the mic will make it on time, but I think it'll be audible from where you are. Yeah.
Thanks. Should I stand? Or?
Please.
Okay. So when you look into the current South African context and we look at people who have access to devices, we find that a lot of people don't have access to smart devices. And when we are now delving into this era of artificial intelligence and we're looking into the rural communities, I think we often negating the potential benefits that can be incorporated by harnessing USSD for mobile devices, because they also have the capacity for API integration, which can be tied to AI systems, so that people who don't have access to smart devices, they can also use maybe those 100 Rand phones to interact with AI. Maybe they can also have regular checkups using USSD technology, but it's just a matter of making it affordable. Maybe partnering with companies like Telkom to make it accessible. Maybe it can be free so that we can get these data sets that we are needing. So it can be a simple question, like 1, 2, 3, a series of options. How are you feeling today? Do you have any issues? And then all of that data gets processed by the artificial intelligence system. And yeah, I just wanted to pose that question because you guys are experts in your field, and I don't know if the idea is too ambitious or not.
Who's going?
Yes, thank you so much, sir, for your question. I think you're correct. In rural areas where private doesn't want to go, public is only there, right? So there's only public centers, and firstly, we don't have internet connectivity on average, right? So there's no fiber, there's no hard connectivity. You'll be blessed if you have an LTE connection. So I think those are the first barriers, that you have to go through. Access to smartphones as well is another issue. But yeah, I know a lot of companies like Intel. I remember that we worked with them on an edge technology, which basically would bring would bring a mobile network to transfer the data that you had in a packet and then send it out to a sort of centralized system so that it could be reviewed and a response could be given back in the same packet. So I think, again, as the technology develops, you'll be able to have those outcomes. But again, those conversations need to happen, and they need to happen at scale. If it's only happening in one small community and nobody knows about it, then it's not really accessible. It's not going to solve much of an issue. Yeah.
Okay, we have unfortunately run out of time, but not all is lost. Let's continue to engage off stage. Let me just pass on the baton to my colleague, Kiamogetsu Musipili, who will now take on the stage. Thank you to my distinguished panelists.
Thank you, Palesa, and our esteemed guests for that interesting conversation on how artificial intelligence can be used to advance society. But another core tenet of a growing and evolving society lies in its education, bringing me to announce the next panel discussion. Now, this conversation will explore how personalized learning, bridging gaps in access, and how this tool can be used to equip the next generation for the future-ready skills. I take it over to our moderator, Alexander Leibner, who will be leading the conversation. Over to you.
AI in education, personalized learning, and future-ready skills. The panelists are Dr. Jeffrey Ditela, Specialist, Artificial Intelligence at Telkom, South Africa. Professor Kat Yassim, from the Department of Education Leadership and Management at the University of Johannesburg. Professor A.J. Smith, Department of Marine Biology at the University of the Western Cape. Dr. Nix McCline, Head of Research and Postgraduate Studies at Eduvos. The moderator is Alexander Leibner.
Right, before we dive into this very important conversation and just set the tone for this panel discussion, Dr. Nix McClean will be sharing her key findings from a research report that was co-authored with Dr. Monet de Klerk. So over to you.
Very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Can I get the slides, please? Good afternoon, everyone. I have the privilege of opening this panel discussion today, and after listening to today's opening addresses and panel discussion so far, boy, am I relieved to know that I'm in the right place today. For context, I'm Nix McClean from Eduvos, South Africa's fastest growing private higher education institution, where I'm responsible for driving research for real-world impact. I'm also an advocate for the meaningful and ethical use of digital technology, especially with regards to the protection of vulnerable groups. As you are all aware, the 2023-2024 AI surge, supercycle, ChatGPT hype, name it what you will, shook higher education institutions. We were noticing that students were producing standard essays or assignments with the help of AI tools. But the content of these assignments were lacking in their real-world contexts, knowledge, and lived experiences. They were missing heart. If anything, the outputs were Western interpretations of local and regional lived realities. There was a critical flaw here, and it led us to ask, whose future is AI preparing us for? In our critical engagement with this question, we developed a technocritical framework. While others were leaning into the hype, the overly optimistic, or banning AI outright, the techno-pessimistic, we instead opted for a critical, careful, and curious approach. what we have since named a techno-critical framework. This framework consists of 5 pillars: participatory design, critical thinking, contextual learning, ongoing dialogue, and most importantly, an ethics of care. This truly underpins everything we do in our response to, our use of, and our future development and planning around AI integration, because we must always come back to the question, whose voice is missing? In response to AI, our assessments are now designed to be inclusive of local examples, such as SA case law or the use of SA economic data, and bringing that back to students' contexts, bringing their voices into their responses. They can use AI, but they must incorporate their world into their response, and they must cite AI too. We emphasize accountable, responsible, and transparent use of AI. Our framework is about arguing that AI should be shaped intentionally and carefully. Any personalization of AI tools must be contextualized, whether that is culturally, linguistically, even economically, noting the digital divide. And that our students ought to be active and critical users of AI, not simply adopting the tools passively. To enable our students in this way, we are currently working towards a means of equipping them with future-ready skills, skills that include AI literacy, critical engagement, and as always, bringing it home, being locally and regionally relevant. This may look like, let me only pick a few in the interest of time, critical engagement, having students critique and evaluate AI outputs for their relevance, asking what is the real-world impact. And to get here, what we all need to do is to involve students and staff in this journey, bringing it back to participatory design. How can we include them in the decisions we make regarding the integration of AI into education? And so we must ask, where to from here? For AI to truly serve our context, we must invest in contextual and relevant training data and models. See, for instance, the recent news out of Australia this week regarding opening domestic data to ensure that outputs are relevant to their context. We must further embed techno-critical pedagogies, establish ethical AI standards rooted in African values, and fostering cross-sector collaboration with industries, universities, governments, communities, and civil society. In closing, a last thought. True future readiness is not only about technical competency, but is also about critical engagement, contextual intelligence, and most critically, ethical responsibility. We need to think carefully and critically about the impact the technological choices we make will have on our students, and by virtue of this, our collective future that we are enabling them to create. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. And as you take your seat, I'm joined by a lineup of professors and doctors. I almost feel sort of almost undereducated to be sitting on this panel here. But I do feel this is a bit of my wheelhouse because I finished my master's last year. And this was a big discussion point because we'd lived through sort of 2 or 3 years of this debate. No AI, then some AI, and the original reaction was to, no, ban it all. Can't have any of it. It's like, plagiarism and all these things that had been part of the wheelhouse for a long time. And then it was, yes, you can use some of it, but not all of it. And this is kind of how the conversation went at the time. And then luckily, I finished before, I watched the rest of the wave hit the university. But it is a very important conversation because it almost really, I'd like to say, turns the whole education system upside down, because it almost just adds another layer of knowledge on top of what the internet was before that. So I'd like to start off the conversation maybe by asking you, Professor Yassim, is it too late for universities to compete with AI when it comes to knowledge delivery?
I actually think that universities, like you say, have taken a much more conservative sort of approach to AI, with the exception perhaps of the University of Johannesburg. And I particularly want to emphasize this because we've been pretty bold in the way in which we have approached the AI conversation. Not that we haven't been guarded around the ethics related to AI, but also what would be the ways in which we could leverage AI has been really part of the conversation, rather than how do we necessarily only police it and prevent our students from using it. So for example, if you take the idea that is already available to our students, not only at our universities, but also at our schools and in our homes, I mean, it's pervasive in most aspects of our lives, and it has been for a very long time, although we only suddenly noticed it when ChatGPT was launched. It had been there all along. And I think with Professor Marwala being the 4IR guru, not just in South Africa, Africa and the world, but certainly his involvement as the Vice Chancellor promoted the idea of Fourth Industrial Revolution, and our own targets at the University of Johannesburg has really been centered around how do we leverage digital technologies a while back. So with AI coming in, I think we have chosen to embrace the AI revolution, but at the same time, how do we leverage it in an ethical and responsible fashion so that our students can be the kind of people that will be using AI, but at the same time, how do they use it to engage in lifelong learning? How do they engage it to expand their ideas? And more especially, how do they use it for social impact? And I think that that's really where our conversation has actually gone. So in essence, a lot of the professors at the University of Johannesburg have been working on how we redesign assessment, and that has been really a big part of the conversation, because it's not that our students are using AI, it's that professors are having to rethink how they assess students and what kind of assessment, what kind of assessment deliverables they would like to have, but at the same time teaching students to use AI responsibly.
Do you feel that this is the fastest you've ever had to react or move when it comes to a development in the education space? Because we know how it usually goes. There has to be a committee, there have to be frameworks, this has to be deliberated, there has to be best practice, we have to look at what's being done in the rest of the world, and these things can take a lot of time, but we don't really have that time to pontificate about, what makes sense and what doesn't make sense.
So I think that the pandemic gave us the sort of head start. And when the pandemic hit, it was a complete disruptor that floored us with the hard lockdowns, which meant that, like every other institution, we also had to respond. So remember that we have seen digital disruption coming. So I think that you are absolutely right with its onset and the level of disruption and the speed at which technology is advancing. Yes, we've had to respond to it at a far faster rate. But I think the readiness is there. And I think that that's the big question. Are we ready for this? Now, I want to be really bold, and I think what I've listened to today has been sort of a little bit more conservative in my opinion. I think Africa has a particular advantage to be able to lead the AI landscape. I don't think we're leveraging it to our fullest potential. But I think that with us banding together and working on an Africanized approach to AI, I think we can really not only use what others innovate and develop, but we can become innovators and developers in our own right. I think Africa has a lot to offer, and as you know, we are the future because we have the most amount of youth, whereas lots of other places are dealing with an aging generation. However, where we need a lot more investment is in how we actually approach, education from the point of view of what would be the ways in which we could support our students to have the kind of adaptive expertise, to also have certain amount of fluidity in terms of being able to do whatever they have come to the university to do, but then to be a part of real life experiences. So for example, sitting in the audience right now is the Johannesburg Business School digital business team. And I work really closely with them, so I identify them very quickly. And that team are a group of young people who are already working with business solutions almost immediately. So I think you need to have some of what is traditionally university, but to have only that in the age of AI, utilize things in real life and not only just what looks good on a piece of paper.
Professor Smith, we know that from traditional qualifications into the system, I mean, it has to go through the policies, Department of Education. There's a lot of stakeholders and a lot of process we have to follow to get the accreditation right. And that is also a very, very long process. I mean, we're even seeing it with existing qualifications right now, that they haven't been updated in decades because it's just such a process to go through that. Are the policies and the processes adequate enough to be nimble enough for universities to be able to take AI on, as the professors highlighted as well, for Africa to be that leading continent when it comes to this technology?
Look, I don't think that we have to put forward redeveloping curricula, taking existing modules all the way through to new SACWA accreditations and so on. I think the opportunity exists right now to implement on a module-by-module basis the right tools for the context that you are teaching at the time. So I really don't think, I mean, it is an impediment if you are thinking of entire new curricula that you need to develop. That is going to be a problem. But it is not a problem at the level of the individual who teaches the module, as long as the person is open to the ideas and the possibilities and the creativity that emerges from access to new tools. I think within the existing university structures, there's plenty of opportunity to rejuvenate the system by bringing in, by requiring that students bring into their learning a new level of creativity, which wasn't available before. Now, you know, in many modules at universities, there used to be a barrier to, you know, I can speak from a scientific point of view. Biologists don't like mathematics, but mathematics has become accessible to students. What you need to do is speak in English to your computer, you get mathematical equations back, and it'll actually write the code that implements that for you. So it has made inaccessible avenues of research accessible to students today. The barrier is the academics, who many of them are, you know, middle age, my age and older, and they don't necessarily have the know-how or the wish to rejuvenate their way. It's more often the educator's way of thinking that needs to be rethought, not so much the students. Students are worried. They are absolutely worried. But I think if they stop sensing an hesitance from faculty to embrace the potential that AI has made available today, I think students will start to use it more creatively going forward. That's available today.
So it's not just a technological impediment, but there's also a zeitgeist or a generational impediment that's kicking in here. And it's quite interesting that you mentioned that. I'm just thinking back to an interview I saw recently now with Keanu Reeves, who performed famously in The Matrix. And he tells the story of how he was having dinner with one of the directors, and his kids walked in. They were 12, 13, and 15. And he said to him, "Oh, tell them about The Matrix." They'd never seen the movie. They'd never heard of it. So he explains to them that it's this movie where there's a guy who lives in what he thinks is the real world, but he realizes it's not the real world. It's actually, it's not real. The reality is actually somewhere else. It's outside of this sort of computer program. And he was kind of explaining the storyline to the kids, and the gist of it was that they couldn't quite understand what the issue was, if it was real or not. Program, and he was kind of explaining the storyline to the kids, and it seems to fall completely off the cliff with a whole new generation that says, well, what if we've never written books like this? Maybe this is the way we're going to write books. And it sounds like it will need a whole new set of academics to look at it in a different way to make it work. Does that sound about right? Dr. McLean, I see you nodding away. Or
No, I've been enjoying this. So what I find interesting, so obviously I work in a techno-critical space, so I have technological determinisms, either like extreme response on either side. And what we did was we threw out the idea of a policy. Everyone is pushing that 2023, 2024 moment, let's go for an AI policy. But the thing is, it's like developing a policy for Adobe. It's a tool. And it's a technology that's going to develop so rapidly. So actually what it needs is not an over-governance, but rather a set of principles, a growth mindset, an approach to this world that's going to change. And we must realize, I mean, ChatGPT now, we must realize that it's so rapid. Like if you go through like a university response, like developing a policy, it takes what, a year if you're lucky, and by then the tech has outpaced us. So it's really about a mindset or a strategic framework, another way of doing things, and I think that's really where we need to focus with academic staff.
The one issue is bringing it into the curriculum. The other thing is having the infrastructure to actually execute on this AI. And I think, Dr. Tsela, maybe to come to you as well on the infrastructure side. Is this something that universities need to be collaborating on? I mean, do we have one big cloud or one big server room that services the whole tertiary space? Or is this a matter that everyone builds their own server farms and their own AI and their own intelligence and sort of runs their own show?
Thank you for your question. Just want to recognize the Telkom leadership and the minister and his team. All protocol observed. Look, I can take you from experience and what we do at Telkom. We have Telkom Foundation where we look at the grassroots level, where in May we had a lab for underprivileged. We believe grassroots level to just make sure infrastructure is there. Maybe a lot can be done. And then when we go to the universities, we got Telkom Industrial Solution Lab also collaborating with Wits University. We try by all means to make sure that we bring R&D and telco to say that's what we can leverage, can come up both hands and collaborate. But moving forward, also we got our 5 Center of Excellence after the student graduate, and also make sure that we enable with technology. But coming to mostly AI, a lot of talks in the morning, they were talking about large language models, but it's small language models that if universities don't have capacity and the budget, it's a new way that just arrived that they can leverage. They can start small on what they do best and able to make sure that AI manifests in the best way.
From the experience that you've had at rolling out some of these projects, they're not cheap exercises. Is this something that universities can realistically fund, or does this actually need a bigger intervention from a government level to actually make this possible?
I think we need all stakeholders to be part of it. Universities have stakeholders that from the tech side, because I mean, remember in COVID-19, we issued a lot of data. Why can't we do the same? With now saying AI literacy, let's do the same so that we make sure universities are capacitated and able to pick up the pace so that the investing environment this works.
Yeah. Professor Yassin, what are sort of the low-hanging fruit when it comes to AI right now? Or is it not a matter of trying to do this chronologically? Is it a matter of just trying to cover as much ground as possible and integrate as much as possible sooner rather than later?
I think the landscape of AI is changing rapidly. So if you think of what we knew about AI a year ago compared to what we know about it right now, and with quantum computing and all kinds of other developments in the AI space, I think that we are in a place of rapid change, which means then that if we continue to invest in something for a very long time, we're going to be left on the back foot. So my take on it is that I think we have to engage with the disruption. We have to keep on the pulse of development and change, and that's really what universities are doing. But the low-hanging fruit that you speak of is that any access to AI is available in your everyday life anyway. So your phone, for example, could be as easy as it is with just your WhatsApp function that everybody uses. I mean, there's already AI built into that versus some of the more developed tools. The thing that right now that we have to pay attention to, and I think I'm going to agree completely with DJ here, is how do we help people to embrace the disruption? How do we help them to adapt to it? And how do we help them bring the disruption into the classroom and co-create with students? Because students also bring digital intelligences that professors can draw on. So you can create certain learning pathways with your students, but that requires you to also let go of the kind of control that we were so privileged to have in terms of knowledge and in terms of expertise. And there are times when you are going to have to say, I too will have to learn. I mean, very recently with the new launch of some of the video tools, I used to teach digital storytelling in a number of my classes. And previously the tools were quite cumbersome and you had to do a lot of editing and all kinds of other things. These days with text, these amazing videos can be produced, but it's going to be up to all of the stakeholders to buy into the idea that we can leverage this tool. And I think once everybody's on the same page with that, and I would also say that we bring others along, deal with the people that are having some kind of resistance to this, engage with them, because the dissenting voice also has important information. And so I think that we need to continue the conversation on it, but AI is going to be the disruptor going forward in ways that we can only have imagined. And some of the ways we could have not really imagined. So we are preparing our students for a future that we don't even know exists. The world and what new opportunities might there be. So my colleagues are very correct in saying that we are going to have to adapt to it by looking at what we have and not having long drawn-out processes for change, but rather re-visualizing and repurposing what we have by embracing some of these changes, but also developing our students' mindset so they also can embrace this future of the unknown, a future that is disruptive, so that when they go into workspaces, they can be the kind of developers of change that could have societal impact.
Dr. McLean, does the AI integration into education not put us into an even further divide between those who have access and those who don't? I mean, we already have the situation in education to a greater or lesser extent, but does the technology not create a bigger gap, or is there an opportunity for this to actually close that gap by almost democratizing access to knowledge and access to these processes?
It is a complex issue, so it is at risk of both. Well, not at risk if it closes it. So it is about being aware of what this reality is. So I wanted, sorry, just a little weasel. But I think we need to probably change our mindset around the idea of AI as a disruptor. AI is our reality now. And I think once we get into that space, the mindset starts to shift. So we're no longer in this chaotic response. We go into, okay, this is what we're living with, and how do we work with this now? Otherwise, we're going to always be, jolting whenever something shifts. Let's pretend we're at sea. You're going to have to get sea legs. And also, I think, to an earlier question, I think we need a collective response. As we were all speaking about a bit earlier, not over here, is that there's no AI expert. I think it's about a collective response. We need to move into that space. And yes, academia asks us to focus on our individual institutions, but there is an opportunity for a working group, a way of rethinking this. And I think that is where we need to be. And that includes looking at issues around the digital divide, for instance. And not only at tertiary, we need to be thinking about primary and secondary. What does that look like? How are pupils, learners equipped from the get-go? And I think that definitely requires a bigger intervention, and that is where we need to call in government for support.
Professor Smith, is it a matter of universities saying, it doesn't matter what the technology is. I mean, we don't know what's around the corner in the next 6 months. We need to stick to our knitting as universities and just ensure that whatever we do and whatever that is, we need to make sure it's sound, it delivers to industry what it needs to deliver, and we make sure that we continue to do what we've done for the last 100 years, which is, make sure that we've got things that are credible, that are accredited, and we're delivering a workforce that is whatever the latest technology is and is on top of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as far as the future of universities is concerned, I'm not, often you would hear doomsayers say that many of our jobs are going to be replaced. I think in academia we're very safe. I think that the role of academia is to train the people, say PhD level students, who are able to ask AI PhD level questions in order to get PhD level answers out of it. That's what we need to continue doing. Because, often you would read that AI is already performing at the level of a sort of advanced PhD student or a medical doctor or the top lawyer. But it does require that you ask the right questions. You're not going to get a 13-year-old person asking a question of AI and getting a PhD level answer back. It requires that you know the questions that you need to ask. You need to understand where the gaps are, where the opportunities are, where your curiosity sits. And it's our curiosity that needs to be aligned with what's happening in the world. It's not AI. AI's curiosity is not aligned with what's happening in the world out there. That is going to be a sole human character going forward. We need to reconsider what it means for us to be human. Humans have always had a relationship with knowledge. That's the reason why humans have become so numerous. But knowledge isn't something that you can go off and walk in the field and pick them and put them in a basket. It's something that thoughtful, creative people generate. That is going to be the role of academia going forward, and that is where we would never want to take our eyes off the ball, is to ensure that we have graduates who are able to engage with AI in a way that we're going to get the best value for our level of inquiry out of the system.
So the more things change, the more they stay the same. It's not about getting better questions. It's not about getting better answers. It's about asking better questions.
It's always about asking better questions.
Yeah. Are you concerned that at some point AI might make any sort of tertiary process obsolete? Could it get to a point where at some point, even if you have an accredited degree, it might not carry as much weight as, any other sort of qualification that might come along that might be AI powered?
Yeah, look, I mean, in many aspects of academia that I do hope would go extinct overnight, like administration, for instance, the bureaucrats. I think there's a very good role for AI in those kinds of systems. That would keep the system running optimally and to the best in a manner that serves academia. I think as far as our graduates are concerned, I don't think it's going to make, at least in my field, the type of students that we want to train. There's always going to be people who want to be biologists. There's not going to be computers walking around the field asking interesting questions about some observation around a turtle, for instance. Only humans can do that. Biology is by nature something that's human. It's about humans. It's about humans' place in the world. Only people are able to ask those questions. And what I think we need to continue doing is to rejuvenate what it means to be a person who keeps their eyes on the world. AI is not going to be able to replace that, and as long as those are the careers that we value going forward, then there will always be an opportunity for people to be around.
Are you already seeing any shifts in the way students are approaching their tertiary qualifications? I know earlier on, Fifi mentioned she had someone in her family who was wanting to do accounting, and she said, "Oh no, don't do accounting. That's going to be out of business in a couple of years' time." I mean, are you really seeing students coming to universities saying, "I'm not interested in any of these subjects," and you're suddenly having an onslaught of people studying whatever it is? I mean, I was reading the other day, bartenders are never going to go out of fashion. I see I saw that the other day. There's a thing in Hong Kong at the airport. They've got a robot that makes cocktails for you. So that's already outdated. But are you seeing students is there a shift in the way subjects are being chosen now?
I see a shift in students' interest. I think students have become a lot more interested in data as the currency that drives the world today. And there's been a big growing interest even in biological sciences where, my role is to teach statistics, data analysis, data science, those kinds of things. And the number of students who come to biology to learn that as a skill, as an exit level skill, they have increased. But, it's... I don't think it has changed much. It's too soon to say that, to make a judgment on whether people's interest in terms of what they want to study coming to university has changed. I don't think that has happened yet. I don't have any evidence or data to suggest that. What I can say is that it's definitely approached, or it's given those students who are currently sitting in our modules, it's given them a voice. Often people come to university and they are not fluent in English. But because of the magic that AI works on language, you can see students' ideas clearly coming out in essays. I have seen so many more impactful essays this year. Obviously, it's been worked through AI systems, but it's their voice. You can see it's their voice because it talks to the individual person in a way that they would communicate with you. So it has given people an outlet to say things that previously were entirely misunderstood. I think that's been one of the amazing things of AI today. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I just want to concur with Prof. what he said. Even though I'm in corporate, I'm also affiliated to the University of South Africa, Graduate School of Leadership in Midrand. Having to graduate PhD students, you see, we have to look at beyond the content. We need to look at the original ideas, how they went through, and since that there's a justification of it, and able to see where the new knowledge is coming from. Because at university, they use AI anyway. So you need to understand that they are submitting this research, and what is it that you want to take from it, and what is it that there's new knowledge that is coming from there.
So the knowledge is one part, but what we really want to see is that critical thinking. It's the process that remains the same, irrespective of if it's AI or a book or whatever.
You can tell from the flow if it's jumbled up from AI, but now remember, it's always the person first, AI, and lastly the person. We always say leverage AI as an assistant, but put your organic, original ideas, they have to flow. Because as a supervisor, you have that eye to say you need to safeguard all this, because it can have to go further to turn it in to see what is the score for plagiarism.
On the African continent, how is South Africa positioned? Are we leading the way in terms of this kind of technology and the way we're approaching it, or are there other players on the continent that seem to be getting it together faster than we are?
South Africa is moving ahead. I mean, obviously, East Africa is being sponsored by international organizations. It's a lot happening in East Africa. But South Africa on its own, it has professors from the University of Pretoria. They do have putting to see that how AI, in terms of language, to cater for everyone. Because we understand when our students come to universities, the English is not that perfect. But right now, we can leverage it, say, learn on your own capacity, because it starts with an individual. And then use this as an assistant, rather than having to always have the traditional way that I need to learn, firstly, how to communicate in a language of research, which is already difficult. You can always do that on your own capacity.
Tell me about it. That academic writing almost killed me. Dr. Siba, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned, I think we just spoke about, Professor Smith spoke about the administration. I mean, if we could get rid of the administration part with AI, wouldn't that be fantastic? How much are universities actually using AI in the background? Because I heard an interesting radio interview where somebody was saying, well, students are being criticized for using AI in their assignments, but the universities are using AI to mark those assignments, so it's AI speaking to AI. Is that the case, or is that a little bit a bit of fantasy there?
I think that people are experimenting on all levels. And the administrative part of it, I completely concur. I mean, that would really free up a lot of time to do very meaningful work. I think that as much students are experimenting with AI and using it to enhance their writing or whatever assessments that they have. I think it's how we are guiding our students on the one hand, but at the same time, I think we do need to declare to our students that we're also in a space of experimentation. We're also seeing what would be the ways in which AI can be leveraged. So give you a quick example. In terms of marking, if you were to work with AI to help you mark a number of different scripts, my own personal experience has been, because we do it manually, but we also use the AI to kind of see how we have done manually, but then what is the AI doing? The AI almost never ever judges, even subjectively, in the correct band, so we're not close when we grade students. But the feedback that AI gives is much better than the feedback that I would be able to give, for example. So I think that, again, it's about the collaboration that we're trying to create here. And I think if you tell your students don't use it at all, don't teach them how to use it responsibly, and don't enable them and the parts that they need enabling, like, for example, communicating their ideas in a language that they may not be proficient in and so forth, then I think we are then barring them from using it, but then we're going ahead to experiment. And I think that we need to be open about these conversations. What does feedback mean to our students? It gives them the kind of information that will allow them to improve, to be critical about the work that they're doing, and to be thinking about the kind of responses that they're giving in meaningful ways. And as a lecturer, if I'm using AI to help me to give the kind of feedback that would be meaningful for the student, but at the same time enabling my student to use whatever AI tools that they need to personalize their own learning, but also at the same time to be really confident and proud of their assessment. So I think it's about how we're designing assessment that really is called to question here. So if we're expecting a traditional approach to assessment, then definitely we're going to have to police that. But if you're looking at a way in which you incorporate AI into whatever tasks you are giving your students, and a collaborator and a thinking partner for them, then I think we are sort of getting into a space where we are leveraging AI and not misusing it. There are ethical boundaries, like, for example, personal information and the popular conversations that have been going rampant. And there are other pieces that we do need to sensitize our students to and ourselves to. For example, when we do research in AI, what are the ethical dimensions do we need conversations about? Because right now, I don't think there's a blueprint. There is a group of people led by the University of Canterbury, for example, that's looking into what would be the ways that we could approach an ethics around AI. And again, I would agree completely that we don't have these blueprints. These are shifting sands, and we're going to have to respond to it as we go along. I work in the area of leadership development. I work with a lot of school principals and people who would be, educational leaders. And we often ask ourselves, how successful has our traditional programs been in terms of developing the kind of leaders that our schools need? And if we are to really do an introspection into that, we will see that we have probably not done too well. But at the moment, I'm experimenting with AI in leadership development. How do I enable future leaders to collaborate with AI, to use it and leverage it as a thinking partner, to be coached and mentored by somebody who is there with you all the time? And what would that kind of development mean, for our schools today? And from the little experiments that we've done, Finland is already doing this work, and we are collaborating with them. They are using a lot more AI-directed and AI-supportive learning. But in a South African context and African context, agency is one of the critical elements of leadership. We need leaders who can display agency, which means we need a different kind of AI tool. And the kind of AI that I'm busy working with students to develop is centered around AI-empowered learning. And so we are all experimenting with this. I don't think that there's anybody who is not. Whether you're talking from the student cohort, whether you're talking from the leadership cohort, or you're talking from the lecturer cohort, we are all experimenting with this. The thing is that, why do we need to hide this? Why don't we be open about it? Why don't we share our experiments with each other? And I think it's about building bridges with each other too. Universities have for too long maybe worked in silos. How do we build these bridges so we can leverage from each other the developments that are taking place?
Okay, that's great. I think that's cool. We're all busy experimenting. Dr. McLean, I'll come to you just
Sure,
now.
right.
If there's any questions in the audience, I'd ask you to raise your hand. We're going to get a microphone to you. I'm going to come to you. Dr. McLean, you want to weigh in on this?
So what I think we need to also move to is, there's almost like a shame around using AI. And if we just move into being a nerd, Dignam 2019's responsible use of AI, it's about accountability, responsibility, and transparency. And if we can get to that space, we can then move into training and development with staff where we can say, all right, let's move towards an AI maturity. I think about a friend wanted feedback on a PhD proposal, and I just didn't have time. So I ran through 2 prompts, and the one was, give me an enabling, kind, gentle, holding response, and I put a whole lot of other stuff into it, and then give me the most critical feedback you could ever give. And knowing that you have to include that in your prompt, for instance. So if you haven't trained, the tool that you're using when you're assessing students' assessments, assignments, you might end up with the meanest AI response. And just knowing that you need to do that level of prompt, not just, here's the rubric, here's the assessment, give me feedback, but rather doing this is the tone that I would use, and so that thinking partner, I think, really is helpful, almost like a personal assistant, teaching assistant on the side. I do want to say that there is a group, and I know it's fairly new, but the community of practice around digital transformation run by SARO, the Southern African Regional Universities Association, would be a great space to get involved in. We're involved there, and they're doing a lot of the thinking around this and asking those critical questions. So there is already this happening in a collective, meaningful way, for SADC at least.
Okay, great. Sorry, I've got to quick go to this question. If you just excuse me, where's the? Oh, there we go. Have you got a microphone there?
It's here.
Where? We don't quite know where you are.
Right in the back.
I can hear your voice, so we'll go with it. If I can just give you the prompt to give me a 1 or 2 sentence question, no statements, 100 words.
You are a panelist. You are no, I'm joking. So I just want to touch on a few points. We're talking about accessibility. We're talking about inclusivity. We're talking about crossing borders. We're talking about universities collaborating. What are we doing as leaders and as South Africa or Southern Africa of building our own LLM? And when I say our own LLM, we are basically buying tokens and sending US dollars out of this country to OpenAI, Google, Microsoft, wherever those players are. What are we doing to put our own cluster of hardware down in a central place where universities can tap into, where universities can build private LLMs to serve their objective, and where we can make it accessible to anybody in South Africa? Someone mentioned earlier on USSD, impoverished areas, rural. We are exposing our data, we are sending money out of our country, and we are not monetizing the tokenized economy. What's the panel's thoughts on that?
Cool. Okay, cool. I think we got the gist of it. So what are we doing? Okay, some claps. Yes, clap. All right. What are we doing? Actually, if you stick around, we're doing a fireside chat on that a little bit later today about the infrastructure conversation. But let me have the academia weigh in on this as well. So if I can just give you each maybe just one comment on that, or if somebody feels very passionate about that topic, maybe I'll give one of you and then we'll wrap it up. You're nodding, so yeah, let's go with you.
So I think that the gentleman's absolutely right, because I'm thinking of the development work that we're doing, and we're using the AI Foundry, Microsoft Azure space to do that. We've had Microsoft come in to also help us to sort of understand some of their products and so forth. So right now, I think the R&D around this needs to be strengthened within our own country, and I really do take the point on board. So one of the things that I take away from that comment is to go off and look at maybe South African platforms or African platforms that maybe I haven't been exposed to, but never really dawned on me to do so. So thank you for that.
Okay, I know. As I said, we're gonna have a fireside chat about that as well a bit later on. So please stick around for that because we're gonna go into that a little bit more in depth. If I can just quickly ask my panelists as we wrap it up, starting with you, Dr. McLean, if you want to leave us with one final thought one sentence, one chat GPT prompt on AI in academia, what would that be?
We need to keep bringing it home. Bringing it home. So looking at Global South regional knowledge, that question, that comment was absolutely on point. And really thinking about it, honestly, I know I harp on it about a lot in my work, but it's an ethics of care. How do we show that we actually care about our students, about our future? And the way to do that is to keep bringing it home.
Okay, Professor Smith?
Thank you, yes. So what I would say is that we do need to, whenever we have AI conversations, we talk about, we need to get students to think more critically and ask better questions and so on, but we mustn't take our eye off the ball, which is knowledge itself. Most of us who sit in this room went to university or were educated in a time where we had to have personal possession of a body of knowledge that we could call our own. Yeah. We must not forget that. Okay. We must not forget that. Knowledge is absolutely foundational, and we have to take ownership of it again.
Scientia potentia, I think it is in Latin. I think knowledge is power. Professor Yassine?
So for me, I think that I want to piggyback on my colleague there to say that we need to Africanize AI. We need to embrace it, bring it on board, and we need to lead.
Okay, I feel like they've lined up the ball for you for a penalty shootout. Bringing AI to Africa, making it our own. Dr. Ditsela, is that your feeling as well, or have you got one more to throw into the mix?
There's a shift. Nowadays, when you ask kids, they don't say, I learned from YouTube, because AI chatbot pop-ups from Android to Microsoft. But now when we go to varsity, we need to emphasize AI literacy. As much as we do end-user computing, where everyone starts typing in Word and Excel and what, we need to have that module literacy so that we educate properly to the use and to leverage.
Fantastic. Please give my panel a big round of applause, talking about AI in education. Thank you so much to you. Thank you for making the time. And we're going to head into lunch just now, but we, for now, are going to make our way off the stage for that. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Alexander, for that prompt. Lunch will be served, but just before that, I have an interesting panel that I'm interested in sharing with the rest of the audience. Now, as we continue to explore how artificial intelligence has an undeniable impact in our daily lives, as a number of people have shown their use of this tool, the question remains on what will become of original creator websites. Whether it be traditional media, journalism, film, or photography, what happens to originality, creativity, as well as other avenues of cultural expression? Which brings me to the pleasure of driving this conversation on AI's impact on media. But before we get into that, let's take a look at this video we have created for you.
AI versus originality. The future of content in the age of ChatGPT and deepfake technology. The panelist is Rourke Wilson, associate at the Digital Law Company. The moderator is Guillermo Musipele, producer and presenter at CNBC Africa. Generative AI is rapidly reshaping how we create, consume, and trust content. Tools like ChatGPT, Grok, and a growing wave of AI-driven platforms can now produce articles, simulate voices, generate hyper-realistic images, and even fabricate convincing videos in a matter of seconds. But as these technologies become more accessible and more powerful, they pose a profound threat to originality, authorship, and truth. Across Africa, where journalism, academic research and creative industries are already navigating tight budgets, misinformation threats, and digital disruption, the stakes couldn't be higher. In a world where machines can mimic human creativity without alarming accuracy, originality becomes highly valuable. For content creators, journalists, and researchers across Africa, reputation and content protection is crucial. Because building regulatory frameworks that are not only ethical but practical and enforceable in a fast-moving online ecosystem has become crucial. Balancing innovation, creativity is key in the age of AI as we move toward ownership and trust.
Or, Rook, more importantly, welcome to the stage. And we're well within some of the conversations that have been had about artificial intelligence. When I bring you media in the workplace, here comes the advancement of artificial intelligence and how it continues to entrench itself. Now, when we look at the particular topic for the day, from your perspective, what do you make of how deeply intertwined artificial intelligence is becoming with how people consume content?
Thank you so much for having me, Kiamo. And yeah, as you said, I have had to do a bit of a pivot. My speciality is in social media law, and in the past few years, we've just seen AI proliferate, especially with how powerful ChatGPT has gotten, how accessible these tools are, and how I'm able to pivot as well is because there isn't essentially any AI law, and like with social media, which developed very quickly, that we've adopted, and frankly, it's interesting and fascinating. And I do think, thankfully, South Africa is maybe better placed than other jurisdictions because of the emphasis that we have on individual rights, especially considering our past.
Yeah. I actually really want to expand on how you then compare the African continent to the rest of the globe. There has been mention on regulation, but particularly in this context, while guardrails in place?
There are some, but there isn't enough if we think about just how Africa thinks for that legally. If anyone uses our image without our consent, particularly in that case, to market their business.
The indeflection onto society. So from a legal perspective, where does the onus lie?
We are still figuring that out, honestly. I mean, and as you said, there's going to be massive disruption that comes from this. We already saw it start 10 years ago. So like, let's take Google as an example. Google's a search engine. We use it to find what information we want. And if you look back 10, 15 years ago, Google used to pride itself on how quickly they could get you off of their website, which is very weird for social media. Usually they want to keep you on there. But when it came to Google, the idea was we want to give you the information that you're looking for. So come to our website, look what you're looking for, and get off as quickly as possible. But then about 10 years ago, that little card came up. So let's say you Googled yourself. It'd come up with your name, your face, maybe your birthday, so that you can get the information more quickly accessible. And what I think they were preparing to do was to start introducing AI in the way that we see it now. Now, Google isn't the Google that I grew up with, where you get the information you're looking for. You get an AI summary then of what Google has found, and that came to those companies. So if we look at companies that is responsible since,
Yeah, but whenever you explore anything in business, there is
advise them.
Yeah, but whenever you explore anything in business, there is
advise them to look very carefully at the EU AI Act. And why I say that is because, like the General Data Protection Regulations, it's got extraterritorial control. So a person is going to access that content, to be looking at what you're putting out there. I think a great place to start looking is the EU AI Act, which is a fantastic regulation that categorizes AI according to risk and then puts certain obligations on you for those risks. And we've got our own commission going through to create an AI policy for South Africa, and I have a feeling that's going to look very similar to what's being done in the EU.
Yeah. And another interesting use of artificial intelligence is in your personal capacity and within the use of deepfakes is how they have managed to filter into more vulnerable populations. So what I'm saying is young people, very young people, children.
Aware of the limitations of this psychosis. A bit of a suspended idea of reality now engaging with what is basically a yes-man machine. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but ChatGPT really gasses you up when you speak to it. So if you've got a bit of a worldview that doesn't align with the truth, it can be really dangerous in that capacity. So be aware of your limitations, be a good person, and also be careful.
Yeah.
I think we've learned again and again from just watching how Meta and other big tech companies conduct themselves. We are not their client, we're their potential source of money making. And especially when we've got something like ChatGPT, where it's so easy, it's so human sounding, it's so easy to start getting personal and give up pieces of yourself. Be careful with what you're doing there.
Yeah. And then how are they able to advise their children? I know you do, or the work you do, you give talks to young children on their use of social media. How do you then apply it to this context?
Firstly, I mean, that's a lot of the advice that we give is actually parenting advice, and it's don't be too hard on your kids with this. Open a conversation up with them about it. Don't go and be that parent that says, oh no, don't use AI. They're going to ignore you and go and use AI now. Rather be curious, engage with them about how they're using it, and through conversation, start highlighting the issues that they might be presenting, whether they're relying on it totally for their work and not doing any of effectively plagiarizing. Try to help them understand the skills that they're supposed to be learning through engaging with the schoolwork.
Yeah. And another key concern, or something that a lot of people caution, is particularly the advancement of artificial intelligence in the global south. Within the current space that we're operating in, you've mentioned AI-induced psychosis, and it is a question Palesa also posed, that if this AI-generated tool advises me not to seek necessary healthcare, if I'm in a situation where AI is working against me, where do I go?
I mean, I think it entirely depends on the capacity in which you're engaging with it. I think that because we've had Sam Altman himself come out in an interview say, please don't use ChatGPT as a therapist. But beyond that, you'd likely have to rely on product liability and our consumer protection on the
Can do to effectively safeguard the space? Can do to effectively safeguard the space?
I think it's going to have to be two-pronged. Firstly, we do need to move quickly in many ways, but we need to be careful of that. When governments move quickly, we get worries about fascism and overreach and things like that. So move quickly in creating policies and frameworks that can help guide our development and make sure that we're developing with the right principles in mind, levels of risk, from very high risk to very low risk. And on the high risk end, we've got like I forgot the name of the movie now, where they use that totally banned. However, if you look on the lower end of that, we've got regulations we've got AI such as Google's autocomplete. That in itself is AI. You put in a few words and it tries to figure out what sentence you're trying to say. But that's considered a very low risk one. So I think what our ministers will need to do is really put time and effort into understanding what these systems are actually capable of, and then regulating within that.
Yeah. So I get the sense that there's a lot of personal work or personal onus on you as the user of this tool, and you should be aware of some of the potential risks that are at play. But just shortly, I'm told I am out of time. We've discussed the use, whether it be in industries, whether it be at the workplace, or whether it be young children. But how can you briefly tell us how the average person can future-proof their use of AI?
How it can probably these liabilities to you are, because I can assure you there are very, very little, unless there is maybe a data breach and some of your stuff gets leaked. But if it tells you to do anything, or if you go and you take in its advice, or take, for example, the lawyers which have used legal AI to help draft papers, they're the AI hallucinated cases, and it isn't the model that is now being referred to the practice council, it's the lawyers themselves. At the end of the day, you are the human being that has to make the decision. We can't hold an AI accountable. It doesn't have personality, so it needs to be you that's making the decision, you that's making the calls, you who is using your human decision power to make sure that you are not doing anything harmful or putting yourself at risk.
Yeah. I find it quite interesting. All throughout today, there have been so many new problems that there are attorneys quoting fictitious cases or the erosion of retention and memory. I personally feel we have been robbed of our time, and I could go on and on about this conversation, but that's unfortunately where we have to leave it. Thank you so much, Rourke, for your time and your insights. Please give my panelists a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, go.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much. Wonderful. I know there's a whole bunch of people in the room going, what does gas you up mean? It means boost your ego. All right. We'll translate as we go along. All right, fam. It's time for that lit time of the day. We're all going for lunch. But before we do that, there's some great stuff lined up this afternoon. Can we just give this morning a big round of applause of all the great stuff that we had there? It was giving us life. So this afternoon we'll be discussing AI infrastructure, finance, and the future of banking, case studies, how the continent needs to take action around AI. We're going to be talking about building AI infrastructure. Should we be owning it? Our sovereignty when it comes to AI. Also, we've got another lucky draw coming up at 2 p.m. So if I can ask you to all be back seated at 2 p.m. So we can start sharp and make sure that we get through the afternoon on time. There'll be a lucky draw. One of those prizes will be Arthur Goldstuck's new book, The Hitchhiker's Guide to AI, The African Edge. So make sure that you enter that competition. If you can't wait, if you don't consider yourself lucky, well, there's a table in the back where you can also purchase the book and fast track your luck. Lunch is being served on the veranda on the right. Please enjoy the spread, and let's take the next 45 minutes to connect, and we'll see you back at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you so much.